Добрый вечер, дамы и господа. Мы с радостью приветствуем вас в Уфе, Республика Башкортостан, Россия. Прямо сейчас под ваши аплодисменты мы начинаем вечер жестких и красивых боев Лига Ставок IBA.PRO 3. В нашей программе 7 напряженных и интригующих поединков, в том числе главное событие вечера. Один из главных проспектов российского бокса, Павел Сосулин, будет оспаривать титулы IBA Intercontinental и WBA Gold в первом среднем весе. Его соперником станет опасный нокаутер из Аргентины Лукас Бастида. Итак, дамы и господа, мы начинаем, и я представляю вашему вниманию первый поединок нашего вечера. И добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, боксер из Индии. Приветствуйте, Vivek Singh!
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to Ufa, this historic city some 850 kilometers east of Moscow. You join us at a venue known as the Wrestling Palace, but today it's the noble art of self-defense that takes center stage as IBA Pro 3 presents a card of 7 scheduled bouts featuring men's and women's action. We've got fighters from 5 continents on the bill today. Making his way towards the boxing ring is the undefeated professional Vivek Singh, just 19 years of age, a perfect record of 7 bouts, 7 wins, all 7 of them coming inside the distance. Tonight is his first fight in 8 months, the longest spell of inactivity in his career, after making his professional debut in April of 2023. So that Indian tricolor draped proudly behind him as he circumnavigates the boxing ring. Vivek Singh is going to take up residence in the black corner here on IBA.PRO 3, coming to you from the
Его
Wrestling
соперником в
Palace in
сегодняшнем
Ufa,
поединке
in
станет боксер из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия. Приветствуйте, Tamerlan Ozdoev!
His opponent is from St. Petersburg in Russia, and that is Tamerlan Ozdoev. Made his professional debut in December of last year in his home city. His last outing came in January just a few months ago, and that was in Moscow on IBA.PRO 1. And remember, he got a victory that night in the majority decision over 6 scheduled rounds against Mahammad of Cameroon. Extensive career in the 3-round code in the West and the domestic Russian amateur circuit. Remember, IBA Pro Boxing launched earlier this year with a clear mission to redefine the
Итак, дамы и господа, это
landscape.
первый поединок нашего вечера. Нас ожидают 6 раундов бокса в весовой категории до 63,5 килограммов. Боксеру в черном углу ринга 19 лет. Его рост 172 сантиметра. Его безупречный рекорд насчитывает 7 боев, 7 побед, все одержанные нокаутом. Из Нью-Дели, Индия, не знающий поражений, Vivek Singh. Боксеру в золотом углу 22 года. Его рост 174 сантиметра. Его рекорд насчитывает 1 бой. В нем одержана победа. Призер чемпионата России среди молодежи из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Tamerlan Ozdoev. Рефери поединка Ираклий Малазония.
Gentlemen, no low blow, no big punch. Listen to my command. Show me good fight. Touch gloves. Good luck.
Brief set of final instructions from the referee, Mr. Aralki Malzonia. There, a look at the tail of the tape between these two undefeated, talented young boxers. Bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds.
Box.
So we're underway then. Our opening bout of IBA.PRO 3 between boxers from India, right here in Russia. The boxer wearing the black, trimmed with gold, who has just taken a left hand which has sent him tottering backwards and then being worked over to both body and head. The man wearing the black trimmed with gold is Vivek Singh, 19 years of age, from New Delhi in India, an undefeated professional making his debut on the IBA stage. And a man wearing white, trimmed with gold, boxing out of the gold corner, who just landed a ramrod left jab, which has snapped the head back of Vivek Singh. It's Tamerlan Ozdoev, 22 years of age. He, with an IBA.PRO outing earlier this year, takes a good right hand over the top, and these two men wasting no time setting about one another. Left jab scores once again from Ozdoev. Rather relaxed guard, another jab penetrates it from Ozdoev. Left uppercut right hook attempted by Singh, who appears to know his way around the ring offensively. Oh my goodness, three-piece combination, body and head served up by Ozdoev. Another left hand to the body, but the referee intimating that that blow was low. Another left hook to the body once again beneath the right elbow of Singh, and that will slow down his movements in this contest, scheduled for 6. Remember, Singh used to getting his man out of there, inside the distance. Second round is as far as he's been in his professional career. And perhaps being met with sterner resistance than he's used to here, as he takes a beautiful counter right hand over the top, then right hand over the top, followed by a 2-shot salvo to the body. And Ozdoev has found his range beautifully in the opening 2 minutes of this first round. Singh being backed up towards his own corner, being worked over unmercifully to the body, his ribs being rattled repeatedly. Now he's betraying bad body language, complaining about a rabbit punch. Another right hand snaps his head back, his chin completely unprotected. He's trying to fight back, but he's in danger of being overwhelmed here. Still 40 seconds to negotiate to make it back to the sanctuary of his black corner, as he continues to be pieced up to the body by terrific, accurate punching from Ozdoev. Double attack to the body, followed by a left hook to the head, and Ozdoev hitting his man with practically everything that he throws. Vivek Singh standing rather square, even though his left leg is in front of his right, putting him in the orthodox stance. But another 2-shot salvo to the body, piercing right cross to the chin. And this has been a torrid round endured by Vivek Singh on this, his IBA professional debut. What a blistering start by Tamerlan Ozdoev in the opening round of this IBA.PRO bout scheduled for 6. Well, some of the action from the opening round, and there was a left hook which got the attention of Vivek Singh immediately. Ramrod left jab, completely disrupting his boxing stance. And again, another look at it, he's concentrating on his offense, but that is only half of the equation in the boxing ring. Defense has laxed, rather porous. Defense has laxed and rather porous, and they are being pierced all too easily for the coach's liking, and he's going to have to tighten up, because he continues to take punishment at that rate. I'd be surprised if he makes it the scheduled 6-round distance. So to the second round we go. This bout at 63.5 kilograms, and despite the torrid first round that he enjoyed, it's Vivek Singh who comes out in aggressive fashion. Hasn't yet found the accuracy on his attempted offense, but again he's stopped in his tracks by another pile-driving left jab, and another one, left hook to the body, right hook upstairs, and this, once Ozdoev sets his feet and goes about his work, he's turning this into an event that is pretty much one-way traffic. The punches now of Vivek Singh taking on a ponderous quality, slow, easy to evade, and then he's pierced with another left jab, then 2 overhand rights coming down on a steep downward trajectory. Left hook, And without wishing to be unkind to Vivek Singh in this, his first bout outside of India, he's being reduced to pretty much target practice here by the accurate punch picking of Tamerlan Ozdoev. There's a right hand that is rather speculative from Singh. Another left hook to the body causes the man to double over, and he's continuing to work the torso unmercifully. Right hand over the top. And it's real intelligence being shown here by Ozdoev, because he's bringing the hands down with withering body attacks such as that, and then teeing off to the head. And the referee, why he's not stepping in to stop this contest, I don't know. Credit to Vivek Singh trying to fight back, but it's a rather forlorn endeavor, because he simply cannot stop the forward march as another left jab drives him back to his own corner. And again, every punch in the book being demonstrated here by Tamerlan Ozdoev. The referee has got to take a close look at this, surely. And finally, not a moment too soon from my perspective, referee Mr. Aralki Malazonia finally stepping in to stop what was a one-sided slaughter unleashed by Tamerlan Ozdoev. Practically from the opening bell, he set about his man, and Vivek Singh into the second round for just the second time in his career in this his 8th professional outing was introduced to a level that he didn't previously know existed, because what was previously working for him in his undefeated 7-fight record made practically no impact here on this, his IBA.PRO debut. Credit to the man's toughness, his commitment, but after being backed into his own corner, trying to cover up to avoid the punches, but they continue to rain home in a steady stream, giving Tamerlan Ozdoev a second win in this, his second outing on the IBA.PRO stage. So a successful 2025 in his homeland being produced by Tamerlan Ozdoev. 2 fights on the IBA stage, both of them taking place in Russia. The first one was at the International Boxing Center in the capital in Moscow. And here he has made short work of Vivek Singh, inflicting his first bout in the pro ranks on the 4th ranked boxer out of India. This contest made at 63.5 kilograms. Just get the sense that Tamerlan Ozdoev, perhaps the bigger man naturally, and my goodness, didn't he make that attribute tell. Took a look early doors when Vivek Singh started with aggressive intent, but he was able to avoid the punches, and the way he softened him up to the body to bring the hands down before targeting the chin was very impressive indeed. Our MC, Alexander Sadokov, in the center of the ring, so we'll hand up to him for the official verdict.
Дамы и господа, рефери поединка Ираклий Малазони остановил бой на отметке 1 минута и 47 секунд второго раунда. Таким образом, техническим нокаутом победу одержал Tamerlan Ozdoev!
So Tamerlan Ozdoev continues his perfect run on the IBA.PRO stage, scoring a second round KO over the previously undefeated Vivek Singh from India. New experience for him, having been bested here this afternoon, but one hopes that his confidence won't be too badly dented. He'll learn from it, return to the gym, back to the drawing board, and come back stronger as we take a look at some of the highlights from the terrifically explosive display of punch kicking produced by Tamerlan Ozdoev for the second round KO.
сразу после регистрации и ставьте на лучшие бои мира.
Синхрон дадим. Пятьсот 55, 551, 552, 553, 554, 555, 556.
Дамы и господа, здравствуйте! Из Уфы, Республика Башкортостан, Россия. В прямом эфире телеканала Матч ТВ вечер невероятного бокса. Лига Ставок IBA.PRO 3. Сегодня нас ожидает 6 зубодробительных поединков, в том числе главное событие вечера. Битва за титул чемпиона WBA Gold и IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Павел Сосулин, Санкт-Петербург, Россия, против Лукаса Бастиды, Аргентина. Вечер бокса представляют Международная ассоциация бокса IBA при личной поддержке президента IBA Умара Назаровича Кремлева. Промоутерские компании IBA Challenger, Iron and Gloves Promotions и Patriot Boxing при масштабной поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан и Федерации бокса России. Дамы и господа, прежде чем первая пара боксеров поднимется в этот ринг, представлю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Сергей Хурсанов. Супервайзер WBA Карлос Чавес, Испания. Судьи и рефери Дмитрий Болдырев, Ираклий Малазония, Игорь Тамадаев и Сергей Журкин, все Россия. Из Италии Энрико Личини, а также Сальвадор Сальва, Испания. Хронометрист турнира Ильдар Махмутов, врач турнира Виктория Гамеева. Итак, дамы и господа, если вы готовы, то мы готовы. Представляю вашему вниманию первый бой вечера. 8-раундовый поединок двух не знающих поражений проспектов за серебряный пояс чемпиона России в первом полусреднем весе. И добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга под ваши аплодисменты из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Александр Khokhlov.
Well, welcome back to the Wrestling Palace here in Ufa, in Russia. Making his way towards the boxing ring, Alexander Khokhlov, 24 years of age, from St. Petersburg, brings to the boxing ring. Undisputed record, 4 fights, 3 wins, 1 draw. One of those victories coming inside the distance. Khokhlov made his pro debut in April some 4 years ago. But this career that has been characterized by large bouts of inactivity.
Из Уфы, Башкортостан, Россия, Danis Gabdrafikov.
His opponent is also undefeated, and that is Danis Gabdrafikov, 26 years of age, from right here in Ufa. 3 fights, 3 wins. Second contest, he scored a first round KO. All of his fights have been in his homeland, preparing for his second outing in his hometown after making his debut in October of 2021. Perhaps saw that belt being held up before the fighters made their way to the boxing ring. This is a contest scheduled for 8 rounds, and it's for the Russian silver title.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает 8 раундов бокса за титул серебряного чемпиона России в весовой категории до 66,7 килограмма. Представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 24 года, рост 177 сантиметров, официальный вес 66,4 килограмма. Мастер спорта России, серебряный призер Кубка России 2024 года, не знающий поражений, с рекордом 4 боя, 3 победы при 1 ничьей, 1 победа нокаутом. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Александр Khokhlov. его соперник напротив в золотом углу ринга. Ему 26 лет, рост 171 сантиметр, официальный вес 66,2 килограмма. Как и его соперник, носит звание мастера спорта России. Двукратный чемпион Приволжского федерального округа с безупречным рекордом. 3 боя, 3 победы, в том числе 1 нокаутом. Из Уфы, Башкортостан, Россия. Данис Габdrafikov. Рефери поединка Дмитрий Болдырев.
Господа боксеры, слушаем команду внимательно, соблюдаем правила. По затылку не бьем, ниже пояса не бьем. Пожай руки.
So there, a look at the tail of the tape ahead of this domestic affair for the Russian silver title. 8 3-minute rounds about made in the 66.7 kilogram division. Both men comfortably inside the limit, and it's Khokhlov. Boxer fighting out of the black corner, wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold out of the orthodox stance. He the slightly taller of the two men. The tattooed southpaw with the cornrowed hairstyle has started effectively with sharp shooting jabs to the body. And that is Danis Gabdrafikov. Gabdrafikov can see the musculature on his back in terrific condition. And that powering a fast twitch. Fishstick Arsenal can see very relaxed guard as he's just content to glide around the perimeter of the boxing ring and rely on his reflexes and timing, and he's executing his game plan pretty effectively in the opening minute of this first round. Nice left jab coming from Khokhlov. Exchange of straight punches there as, again, Gabdrafikov just content to rely on his blistering speed to play counter puncher. Beautiful counter left to the body and then right jab upstairs from Gabdrafikov after making Khokhlov miss. Khokhlov completely contrasting style, not just in terms of stance, but in the manner in which he's going about his craft. Creeping over that front foot, driven back by a sharp shooting left, crossed out of the southpaw stance, double right hand, body then head, in the form of scything hooks from Gabdrafikov, who's using all of the space of the boxing ring. Counter left hook to the body once again. And the home boxer, who's receiving the majority of the support here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa, has made a terrific start. It's all very well possessing speed and reflex, but if you don't know how to use them, as he scores with a terrific left hand out of the southpaw stance off the ropes. Can see Khokhlov just trying to creep forwards over that front foot for the majority of the round. His hands have been bracketing his head, made to miss with a right hand lead against the southpaw. While speed is a terrific attribute to possess in sport in general and boxing in particular, no less a coach than Freddie Roach told me during the course of a conversation, if he had to bet on one attribute in the boxing ring, he always bets on speed. My goodness, there weren't many fighters who possessed quicker fists than perhaps his most famous charge, Manny Pac-Man Pacquiao. Amir Khan worked with him for a spell as well. Left hook out of the southpaw stance from Khokhlov. But the fighter with greater speed of hand and foot appears to be Gabdrafikov. He scores with a left hand to the body. But remember, speed can be bested by timing. But for my money, it was a man in the opposite corner, Danis Gabdrafikov, who got the better of the opening 3 minutes. Some of the action, you see him just thinking about the shoulder roll defense, and then there's that wonderful left cross off the ropes, finding space and time for his punches, despite seemingly being in a confined position. Always the hallmark of a competent fighter.
На его атаку реагирует встречным или защиту дико, не подсаживайся. 10 секунд. 10 секунд, капа твоя. Давай, Санечка, давай. Хороший.
Секунданты за ринг. Второй раунд.
So we move into the second round then. The silver Russian title, very much a stepping stone belt for aspiring young pros on the line. And out of the southpaw stands Danis Gabdrafikov, 3-0 in the professional ranks after making his debut in October of 2021, but his last two outings have been right here in his hometown on the IBA.PRO stage, getting a little bit greedy as he attempted a flashy right hook out of the southpaw stance, didn't find a range, but wasn't made to pay on the counter. As Khokhlov is trying to keep his foot on the outside of the right southpaw lead leg of Gabdrafikov. He's presenting a difficult target to catch cleanly. Here's the southpaw wearing white trimmed with gold. Right hand lead attempted, but he didn't take his feet with him, Khokhlov, so was just short of the mark and was picked off by a counter. Lead left hand to the body is a wonderful shot once again, driven straight into the sternum. Possesses very good lateral movement. Does Gabdrafikov. Change of jabs where Gabdrafikov appear to be the more impactful. Busy with that lead right stick now, but you can see he's not afraid to bring it back in a rather circuitous, almost pendulous motion. Perhaps trying to lure Khokhlov in to attempt a counter, which he could then counter himself with his blistering speed. Left hand out of the southpaw stance on the counter was a good response to the left hand driven in by Khokhlov. 2 minutes gone in this second round. Beautiful, disruptive right jab once again from Gabdrafikov. And again, he's showing wonderful variety on that lead right hand, dropping down with a left cross to the body.
Stop. Break.
Counter right hand over the top, not too far away from Khokhlov. Tangle of legs between the orthodox and southpaw boxer. There may have been a slapping right hand that was driven in by Gabdrafikov, but it ruled a slip by the referee, Mr. Dmitry Ozdoev. Changing direction beautifully to score effectively with more eye-catching singles. Picked off by a good right hand there by Khokhlov. His attempted counter was off the mark. But Khokhlov remaining committed to his task. And again, he's got to try and find that timing to offset the greater hand speed possessed by Gabdrafikov. Some of the action from the second round. Corkscrew lead right out of the southpaw stance from Gabdrafikov. Looking to counter with his own backhand was Khokhlov, but again, just made to miss by millimeters. There was an effective straight right cross from the man from St. Petersburg. And again, that shot dipping the knees of Khokhlov.
Третий раунд.
So into the third round we go. This the furthest scheduled contest that either of these men have boxed in to this point in their professional careers. Right hand lead over the top to scoring shot from Khokhlov. Made to miss and then takes a muscular left hook to the body just beneath his right elbow. So one wonders, beautiful right hook dug in downstairs once again by Gabdrafikov. As So with 2 completed rounds in the book, there's another right jab disrupts the forward momentum of Khokhlov. Looping roundhouse left out of the southpaw stance is a scoring shot once again of the eye-catching variety. So what can Khokhlov do differently? Because single phase attacks that he's trying here, for my money, with 6 minutes of boxing completed and over a minute gone in the third, I don't think he's having the success that he and his team are searching for. Counter left hook downstairs, followed by a sliding right hook to the chin from Gabdrafikov, who really is demonstrating wonderful ring craft. But now the onus surely has to be on Alexander Khokhlov, the orthodox boxer wearing the black trimmed with gold, to do something different. And maybe it's in this type of territory. Rough the speedster up, make him uncomfortable, come with a second and maybe third phase of attack. Because the single phase attack, which can reduce it to a battle of sharpshooters, is being bested by some distance by Danis Gabdrafikov, the southpaw wearing white. So the corner have got to come up with some new tactics. So Gabdrafikov scored with a touching right jab to the body. There's a right uppercut on the inside that wasn't too far away. And a cluster of punches unloaded by Khokhlov. Many of them repelled by the defenses. A wonderful counter left hook to the body once again by Gabdrafikov. Wide-legged stance being adopted by Khokhlov. But he's got to try and do something to disrupt the flow that Gabdrafikov has established in this contest so far. Good lateral movement being demonstrated by Gabdrafikov, able to skirt around the perimeter of the boxing ring, both left and right. The 2 men sparring with the lead hands. There's an effective counter right hand from Khokhlov. Good left hook slung into the body once again by Gabdrafikov. Bobbing and weaving his way forwards is Khokhlov, but he wasn't able to score with any successful offense. Pockets of success in that round for Alexander Khokhlov. Having the gum shield removed in that black corner, but it's got to be more consistent, surely, from his perspective, because sharp shooting singles like this are punches that are easy to score, they're eye-catching, pleasing to the eye. There was a good counter right hand, but countered immediately by a 2-piece combination. Southpaw left to the body, right hook to the head. Wonderful sharp shooting successes. Again, another counter right hand from Khokhlov, but for my money, it's another round in favor of Danis Gabdrafikov over in the gold corner. So we move into the 4th round. Coming out with seemingly greater urgency out of the black corner is Alexander Khokhlov. But he's still not able to pin down the fleet-footed Danis Gabdrafikov, who's just, beautiful work off the back foot, sticking and moving, changing direction, now moving clockwise to his left after having so much success moving counterclockwise to his right. And despite the increased urgency that Alexander Khokhlov came out of his black corner with, it has been neutralized by the balletic movement up in the boxing ring of Gabdrafikov. There he tried with a Hollywood left uppercut out of that southpaw stance, which wasn't too far away. Now, he's muscling his man towards the ropes and looking to work him to the body is Khokhlov, but again, Gabdrafikov able to glide back out to the space of the ring. So trying to bob and weave his way forward while wearing the earmuffs is Khokhlov. But again, Gabdrafikov continuing to cut a composed figure up there in the boxing ring. Surely it's this type of territory where Khokhlov needs to be working away, trying to slow down the movement of Gabdrafikov. Maybe invest in some body shots, even if some of them land on the belt line. Force the referee to intervene. But in a classic straight-up boxing match, this appears to be favoring the man from Ufa, wearing the white trimmed with gold. Good right-hand success upstairs from Khokhlov after he took a left uppercut to the body. But then Gabdrafikov showing that he's not averse to some physical stuff on the inside as he put his man in a headlock while digging away with his free hand. But remember, this is a contest scheduled for 8 rounds. Furthest that either man has been, and speed is a quality that can dissipate the more fatigue sets in. So crucial that Khokhlov doesn't get discouraged and remain committed to his task. Decibel level rising here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa. Beautiful left hand. While spinning away counterclockwise to his right from Gabdrafikov. There, Khokhlov able to land with a left jab. And now he's seeming to get closer. Gabdrafikov just looking to fashion a clinch and get himself off the ropes and back to center ring. 10-second clapper. Blistering speed on the sound of the indicator that we're arriving at the end of the round. Burst of punches to the body rattled off in rapid fire fashion. Strong conclusion to the round by Danis Gabdrafikov. Khokhlov again enjoying some success. He's certainly in the contest. I just don't think he's doing enough to win the contest at the halfway stage.
Первым ведешь, двигаешься, первым стреляешь, прям подошел, завязал, взял, там. Вот темп. Те удары, которые ты наносишь, они наносят ему урон. То, что он идет без ударов, это все херня. И старайся не сближать. А если сблизился, вот так ты вышел здесь, прям так и так, да, хорошо?
Секундантый Зарик. 5-й раунд.
So into the second half of this contest we go. 4 rounds completed. A scheduled 4 rounds remain in this battle for the Russian silver title, a vice title, if you will, at 66.7 kilograms. It's been a wonderful display of sharp shooting, punch picking like that by the man out of the southpaw stance, Danis Gabdrafikov. This is a battle of undefeated boxers, so neither man knows how to lose. And it's going to be down to one of them to place doubt in the mind of their opponent. And for my money, so far, it has been the southpaw wearing white trim with gold who have done that more effectively. But credit to Alexander Khokhlov, his orthodox opponent wearing black, because he's remaining committed to his task. And as we move into the second half of the contest, can he begin to make his pressure tell? But surely he's got to dial up the pressure, just turn the thumb screw a little bit more to try and instill that doubt and uncertainty in the mind and the boxing of Gabdrafikov. Doing a good job maintaining the gap between himself and his opponent. And again, just able to spin off the line and get from the confined position of the ropes back to the space of ring center. So still chugging his way forwards, trying to get some head movement going by bobbing and weaving side to side. There's a good right hand from Khokhlov. Gabdrafikov just keen to tie his man up. You can see that he's breathing through a mouth that's open. He's clocked up an awful lot of miles on his fistic odometer. Oh, there's a counter left hand. That was explosive and rapid once again. But if I can sense that from my commentary position, then surely Khokhlov will have a sense of that open mouth breathing by Gabdrafikov as well. There he reaches for a right cross, followed by a left jab. He's holding his feet now, and a big swing and a miss with a punch that was rather ponderous compared to the blistering speed that has been evident on his previous punch output. So is Gabdrafikov beginning to slow down? There he unloads a flashy bolo shot to the body with the right hand. Just taking in big lungfuls of oxygen as he makes his way back to his gold corner. Interesting passage of the contest lies ahead for my money. Gabdrafikov in the 6-round distance in his previous IBA Champions Night outings. It was a beautiful right uppercut, which was delivered with explosivity and speed. But can this man take advantage of Gabdrafikov's depleting energy levels? Not suggesting that he's in danger, but he is breathing through a mouth that is open. That is often a telltale sign of a boxer who's feeling the pace. So we move into the 6th round. Each of these men have been the 6th round distance previously in their professional careers. How well has Gabdrafikov recovered during the 60-second interval? Southpaw left not too far away, then nice athletic movement by dipping at the knees. Clever move to tie his man up, pushing off, and then score with a snaking right jab out of that southpaw stance. Made to miss with those explosive punches. And if you spent any time in the ring, you'll know that missing an opponent is far more fatiguing, far more energy sapping than landing on muscle and bone. Terrific work out of the corner to pierce his man's defenses with straight punches and then spin away to the space of center ring. But again, I suggested that Gabdrafikov may be feeling the pace. If he is, then surely it is down to Khokhlov to examine any discomfort he may be feeling, and this is where he's got to work away. When up close, chest to chest, toe to toe, blast him down to the body and see what type of response that brings. Look at the gap he's got to try and close now. With Gabdrafikov just picking his punches and boxing in spurts. But when in the ring against a boxer who is trying to control the tenor and the tempo in that regard, make him box the fight that he doesn't want to. Nice variety with the jab, upstairs and downstairs from Gabdrafikov. That's a low blow with the left, and then just set his man up with a rapid-fire right hand, cross to the body, then hook to the head. Wonderful combination punching from Gabdrafikov. And has he found a second wind, or has he just summoned up some energy to box as effectively as he did through this passage of the 6th round? He momentarily turned orthodox. And again, Khokhlov having a really difficult time getting into his own preferred territory and sustaining any pressure. There's a good lead left hand from Khokhlov. And now when he's up close, he's got to blast away on whatever he can find. Shoulders, biceps, even triceps, if the referee doesn't intervene. But just work the man over in an attempt to slow down his speed. He too taking in big breaths of oxygen. And Gabdrafikov ain't able to maintain the gap and continuing to peck away with pot shot successes. Can't accept the clinch here. He's got to get those hands free and dig away, particularly to the body of the southpaw speedster. So a bit of a nick beneath the right eye of Gabdrafikov, who on the 10-second clapper looks to unload a rapid-fire combination once again. Well, this contest taking on something of an attritional quality now. 6 rounds in the book in this contest, scheduled for 8 for the Russian silver national title at 66.7 kilograms. Still able to find accuracy and then make his man miss. Perhaps guilty of dipping below the belt line there, which is illegal.
работает. Все, идем там, одним ударом пытаешься. Нет, бить больше ударов.
Able to
Бей себе на горло, бей
utilize
больше
his
ударов.
speed to terrific effect. Not with the frequency he was doing in the first 3 rounds of the contest, but still able to do so consistently enough that he's winning this contest for my money.
Давай, чисто, Муса. В него работай. 10 ударов, там цепляйся. Продолжай работать.
Секунданты за ринг. 7-й раунд.
So as the bell sounds to begin round number 7, this represents brand new territory for both of these professional boxers. Each man has completed the 6-round distance previously, and when entering uncharted territory for the first time, well, because it is an unknown, can sometimes place some doubt into the minds of the boxers venturing into brand new waters. Because it's all very well doing it in the gym, in sparring, but under the ring lights it can be a completely different matter. And remember, Gabdrafikov boxing at home. There's the pressure of expectation that comes with that. Both men acquitting themselves well so far in this 7th round, as Khokhlov able to drive his man back to the neutral corner and enjoy some success, while Gabdrafikov was pinned against the corner post. Both men going in search of right hands. And again, the head movement and the dynamism like that has surely got to come from Khokhlov in a bid to get inside, because when he's boxing at long range, he's been beaten to the punch on a consistent basis for my money. He's a tidy boxer himself, anything but a phone booth brawler. But when in against a man who is perhaps more adept in boxing at long range, then surely you've got to try and make the speedster box something other than the type of contest where he can showcase his speed of hand and foot, just as he did there with that 2 combination. Good right hand to the body from Khokhlov, immediately claimed around the head by Gabdrafikov inside the final minutes of this penultimate round. Right jab while moving counterclockwise and spinning off the line from Gabdrafikov. 3-shot combination not too far away from Khokhlov. Drives in a right hand once again, made to miss with a follow-up left hook. And now it's Gabdrafikov seeking to get on the front foot. Long bridging his man with the jab. Here's Khokhlov, spears in a straight right cross to the body. That left cross had a rather ponderous look about it, not suggesting it was telegraphed, but again, didn't have the crispness or sharpness of some of his previous punch output. Coaches, that glance at the clock will tell them that we're approaching the closing stages of the 7th round. And again, as Khokhlov just spoken to about long bridging his man, holding out that shot and not punching with it, that against the rules, of course. So one round remaining, and again, very similar pattern unfolding over that previous 3 minutes. In that, for my money, it's Khokhlov who is doing the better work. It's Gabdrafikov who is doing the better work. Khokhlov always in the contest, but not doing enough to win the round, in my estimation. And again, these scoring singles, often without reply, will continue to make an impression in the mind of the judges. And again, something different, an adaptive type of strategy has got to be attempted and then implemented here by Khokhlov, because he must be behind on the scorecard. So we move into the final round. By my reckoning, the orthodox boxer wearing the black trimmed with gold, Alexander Khokhlov, must be trailing in this contest, as again, just able to demonstrate his speed and movement is Gabdrafikov. And those have been qualities that have served him well all contest long. Once we got beyond the fourth round, Khokhlov was able to get up closer and enjoy success, but not enough success, and certainly not the same level of success as being produced by Gabdrafikov, the southpaw boxer wearing white and gold. And now with the finish line in sight, he's confident that he can get back to his sticking and moving and see this one out. Very much entering bout management mode here now. Boxers often know, and he must have the sense that he has done enough to build up a lead on the scorecards of the judges. And that is why he's getting back to the sticking and moving that served him so well in the first 4 rounds of the contest. So halfway through the 8th and final round, and there hasn't been a discernible enough of a change from Alexander Khokhlov to turn this round, let alone the contest, in his favor. Good right hook to the body and then able to dip underneath the attempted counter. And now the home fans making their presence felt as they dial up the decibel level once again. And boxers, athletes of all sports tell you that even though they're locked in and focused once they enter their field of competition, in this case the boxing ring, they can sense the energy and often harness extra energy from the support that they're receiving. That's the benefit of home field advantage. That's what Danis Gabdrafikov is enjoying here tonight. And he has boxed very effectively indeed in this battle of young undefeated professionals. And again, having moved around the boxing ring so effectively for the first 2 minutes of the round, just having to hold his feet a little bit more now, fashion clinches to kill the clock. But now, Khokhlov knows that he needs the punch of a lifetime to turn this one in his favor. He wasn't too far away with that right cross, and fighting his way through the fatigue is Gabdrafikov. Final roll of the dice in the form of that big overhand right from Khokhlov. Never stopped competing up until the final bell. But as the bell tolls to conclude this 8th round contest between young unbeaten professionals, the crowd showing their appreciation from what was a very competitive, keenly contested affair. For what it's worth, I happen to think that this man has done enough to be declared as the victor here tonight. Danis Gabdrafikov, a very effective and impressive performance of sticking and moving. Alexander Khokhlov always in the contest, but I don't think he has done enough to win the contest as we await the official announcement of the scorecard from the scoring judges ringside.
Шестой четкий раунд был, да? Шестой там в одну газ. По 10-8.
Well, acknowledging his hometown fans here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa is Gabdrafikov, and again his body language burgeoning with confidence. He knows that he's done enough, and we just await official confirmation from tonight's MC, Mr. Alexander Sadokov, who will be making his way into position shortly to give us the official particulars at the conclusion of this 8th round contest in the welterweight division.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы узнаем имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим боксерам. Это был действительно классный бой. Итак, дамы и господа, после 8 напряженных и зрелищных раундов обратимся к судейским запискам. Судья 1, 78-74. Судья 2 79-73. И судья 3 также 79-73. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал и стал серебряным чемпионом России в полусреднем весе из Уфы, Башкортостан, Данис Gabdrafikov!
So Danis Gabdrafikov declared a unanimous point decision victor here over Alexander Khokhlov. In a battle of undefeated professionals, it is Gabdrafikov who has maintained his oath, inflicting the first professional loss on Alexander Khokhlov. And that is why he's in possession of that beautiful Russian silver title in the welterweight division. Credit to Alexander Khokhlov, put his unbeaten record on the line in a bid to claim that strap. Competed spiritedly, but Gabdrafikov, using his speed, movement, and variety of shot selection to always maintain an edge in this contest. And when his speed dissipated just a little perhaps through round 5, 6, and 7, he was able to step it up again with the finish line in sight in round 8. Khokhlov always trying to bustle his way inside and find successes that could have perhaps slowed down the movement, but there was an example of the combination punching, often from confined positions, unfurled by Danis Gabdrafikov. A very good victor to extend his unbeaten ledger and claim that Russian silver title. He remains undefeated in his pro card and 3 wins out of 3 on the IBA stage here in his hometown of Ufa. Well, you may have seen when we came on air for this portion of the card that the graphic suggested 3 bouts. But rest assured, it's a 4-7 fight card. We had an opening bout between Vivek Singh of India and Tamerlan Ozdoev of Russia, which was a second round stoppage. But the 3 bouts shown on the graphic were for television purposes, and then we'll switch channels once again for local TV, and we'll have a final 3 bouts. So a 7-bout card coming to you here from Ufa. 3 bouts, including the main event for this portion of the television broadcast. But if you're watching online on a stream, then the 7 bouts will continue uninterrupted. If you're watching locally, then there will be some channel hopping, and the main event, which is a little unusual, will be in the middle of the card rather than at the end of this 7-bout slate of action.
И его соперник, который сейчас займет золотой угол ринга. Из Владикавказа, Северная Осетия, Алания, Россия. Приветствуйте, Алан Khugaev! Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидает один из самых интригующих поединков сегодняшнего вечера. Впереди 6 раундов бокса в весовой категории до 67 килограммов. Боксеру в черном углу 25 лет. Его рост 175 сантиметров, официальный вес 67 килограммов ровно. Мастер спорта международного класса, чемпион Узбекистана, чемпион Азии, победитель игр БРИКС с профессиональным рекордом, который насчитывает 3 боя, 3 победы, 2 из них нокаутом из Андижана, Узбекистан, по прозвищу Гладиатор Khavasbek Asadullaev. Его сопернику напротив в золотом углу 26 лет. Рост 181 сантиметр. Вес также 67 килограммов ровно. Он чемпион России среди профессионалов. Чемпион Евразийского боксерского парламента с безупречным рекордом. 19 боев, 19 побед. 9 из них нокаутом. Из Владикавказа, Северная Осетия, Алания, Россия, Алан Khugaev. Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин, Россия.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
Good luck, champ.
So there, a look at the tail of the tape between these unbeaten professionals. What a contest we have in store. 6 rounds. IBA.PRO card between undefeated young boxers. The southpaw wearing the black trimmed with gold, the more compact figure is Khavasbek Abdullayev, 25 years of age, from Andijan in Uzbekistan. Featured on an IBA card in November last year in Samara in Russia. He's got a 3-0 record in the conventional professional ranks.
No holding, Alan, no holding, no holding.
But he's a man who, having made his professional debut in February 2021, some 4 years ago, has switched with terrific success in between the paid code and the 3-round code of IBA boxing in the vest and head guard. So much so that he comes to the ring as the reigning Asian Elite Continental Champion, winning 4 contests out of 4 in Chiang Mai in Thailand in December to claim that Continental gold. His opponent, the orthodox boxer wearing the white trimmed with gold, is Alan Khugaev.
No holding.
26 years of age, from Vladikavkaz in Russia. He's amassed a perfect 19-0 record in the professional ranks. 9 of those wins coming inside the distance for a 47% KO ratio. So again, speaks to the nature of the matchmaking on these IBA.PRO cards, that it's a battle of unbeatens. Just getting his legs in something of a tangle is Asadullaev. Bobbing and weaving, he scored with the right hook upstairs, was countered by a left hook to the body by Khugaev. Nice tidy uppercut on the inside, countered by a right uppercut from the southpaw in black. So again, you can see from the different statures, each man trying to enjoy success in their preferred territory, and it was good success at mid-range with hooks and uppercuts around the corner and underneath from Khugaev. Asadullaev looking to get close
Alan, no holding. No holding.
and unload leather at short range.
Alan, no holding, no holding.
Oh, 2 solid shots, right uppercut followed by left hook out of the southpaw stance from Asadullaev, countered by a sharp shooting single from Khugaev.
Head up.
2.5 minutes gone in this opening round. Two-phase attack. Came behind a 3-punch combination from Asadullaev. Right cross followed by left hook to the body in response from Khugaev. Some of the action from that opening round. Wonderful accuracy on that southpaw left. Kept the attack going to follow up in a reverse 1-2. Southpaw jab was snaked out, counter punching to the body, bringing right hooks up to the head on that marauding attack from Khavasbek, Asadullaev. His 3 wins in the professional ranks. 2 of them have come inside the distance. 2 outings. He's one outing in Samara on the IBA stage. He went the 6-round distance. So he's made a brisk start to this IBA.PRO contest, scheduled for 6. Action in the 67-kilogram division, just above the imperial measurement of 147 pounds. But every inch a welterweight contest, and it's the southpaw Asian champion, Asian Continental champion over 3 rounds, who is just looking to dictate the pace here now, quickening up his feet a little bit, creeping forwards over that front foot, reaching for the southpaw left, but was made to miss by the counterclockwise movement of Khugaev. Khugaev, when he's on the inside and trying to tie up his man, Asadullaev is doing a terrific job of scoring effectively with his lead hand. Nice layback and then follow-up attack with the lead right stick from Asadullaev. And again, making his man miss, then making him pay with a terrific attack to the body. Beautiful right-left combination, the left cross checking the chin of Khugaev. Took it well, but it was a shot which landed flush. That left hook straying into kidney punch territory from Khugaev. Hands being held around his pecs here now, the taller boxer. Scores with a good left jab to the body as he dipped the knees and drove it on a steep downward trajectory. Good straight right to the body with a cross. Nice right hook to end that 3-shot combination. And as counterintuitive as it may sound, I think the first 2 shots in that 3-shot salvo from Asadullaev weren't meant to find a range, just keep the man occupied and then follow up with a fusillade just as he's doing here. Look at how he pulled the defenses down with his right glove before scoring with the southpaw left over the top. Wonderful ring craft being demonstrated by Asadullaev, who's been spoken to by the referee about the conversation he's holding with Khugaev. Ernest Hemingway said that boxing is the most honest conversation 2 men can have, but I think he was talking about activity with the fist and feet rather than of the verbal variety. But it's another good passage of the round being enjoyed by Asadullaev, the southpaw wearing black. And again, left crosses and hooks crashing home against Khugaev. There he scores with a good right hand to the body, indicating it was low. Was Asadullaev who said, okay, that's how you want to play, bring it to me, and enjoys more success as he gets back over the front foot to score with left crosses. Sharp shooting 1-2 from Khugaev. Big swing and a miss with the left hand out of the southpaw stance from Asadullaev, and he's now quickening up the tempo as the 10-second clapper sounds. Sporting touch of gloves between the two as the non-verbal conversation continues. Just a little bit of a grin from Khugaev. Sporting touch of gloves to conclude the round. For my money, it is the man in the opposite corner who has made the brisker start, and I think that body language from the coach is perhaps indicative of his, that he shares the same opinion, as if to say, what are you doing? You've got to pick it up. Because Asadullaev was able to score repeatedly with a wide variety of shots, both straight and with the bent arm, out of that southpaw stance.
Секунданты за ринг. Третий раунд.
So we move into the third round of an IBA.PRO contest scheduled for 6 in the 67 kilogram division. Mention the fact that the man wearing the black trim with gold, Khavasbek Asadullaev, comes to the ring as the reigning Asian Continental champion. Khugaev is a former Russian national champion at super welterweight. Just dabbing at his brow after the heads came together on the inside. All but one of Khugaev's fights have taken place in his homeland. The exception to that, his 7th outing. He traveled to neighboring Georgia to extend his perfect record. Quickness with the jab, it was tricked out in rapid fire fashion by Asadullaev, and again the manner in which he's able to go through the gears is eye-catching indeed as he's continuing to control the distance and pile up the points behind that trusty southpaw lead right stick. Counter right hand in response from Khugaev, but again he's being outworked and outscored and outpunched here now, and it's not as though Asadullaev is putting forth feather light punches. He really is getting some respectable power and pop onto his shots. And the reason I mention that is that it's often a philosophical debate in the boxing ring. Are 10 feather light scoring jabs more valuable on the scorecard than one howitzer of a left hook? But I don't think the disparity in power is such to bring that philosophical question into play here. Good work to the body by Khugaev. Scored effectively with a couple of left hooks downstairs in this recent passage of the round. There he's looking for a counter right uppercut. But again, just got to ensure that he's not outworked as the boxers exchanging right hands. It's a lead southpaw right jab from Asadullaev and a backhand from Khugaev. But Asadullaev appearing to be a more athletic figure here, and right on cue made his man miss, then made him pay, and keeping the attack going, following up with a fusillade of punches that just had Khugaev covering up and not altogether successfully. There he scores with a wonderful left hook to the body, swayed over to his left, turned the palm up to the ring lights and was able to dig it beneath the right elbow of the Asian champion. Hesitate to use the word amateur. Beautiful combination, keeping the attack going and backing up Khugaev towards the corner. There's a sharp shooting right cross success, but then look at the price he's made to pay. Very much a case of first and third boxing during that passage of the round, produced by Khavasbek Asadullaev. Well, as you'd expect from a former Russian national champion, Khugaev over in the gold corner, the opposite corner, showcasing his skills, but far more of them are being exhibited by the southpaw out of the black corner. Again, manner in which he's able to spin around the target, give his man angles. It was a wonderful right cross, but it came after a cluster of punches and then was followed by that to make it the first and final word in the exchange for Asadullaev. So, halfway through this contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the 67 kilogram division. Khavasbek Asadullaev, for my money, with the edge in what is a really competitive contest so far. And we saw Khugaev's corner, the orthodox boxer in the white and gold, saw his coach turn his palms upwards at the end of the second round as if to say, well, what are you doing? And I think the same message has been communicated once again, because he's come out for this fourth round with greater urgency, trying to get himself back into the contest, or at least make a favorable impression on the judges' scorecards, because with 3 rounds completed, for what it's worth, I've got all 3 of them scored in favor of Asadullaev. And credit to Khugaev, because he is trying to increase his punch output, but then, like the competitor he is, Asadullaev meeting him and indeed raising him to ensure that he maintains the advantage in that regard. Double left hand, uppercut, then hook, followed by a southpaw right from Asadullaev. Not particularly accurate during that attempted combination. So good portion of the round during that exchange at center ring enjoyed by Khugaev. Counter right hand to the body is an effective shot, and then a right cross upstairs, which was punctuated by a success downstairs for Asadullaev. But Khugaev has really picked up the pace here. Now a different posture being presented. A shimmying, pivoting on the back foot like a latter-day Jersey Joe Walcott is Asadullaev. Just trying to present a different look to Khugaev, perhaps in response to the increased punch output that he is being faced with. Because he's finding it a little more difficult now to get his own successes off. He's being countered as he was by that left hook here. A little bit of high stepping in response from Khugaev. The 2 men try to get inside the mind of their opponent. Left hook to the body was inaccurate. He was made to pay by a 2-shot counter from Asadullaev was Khugaev. 2 men just fainting on the edge of range. Solid left hook clumped home on the inside by Khugaev. As again, skipping back to his work out of that southpaw stance is Asadullaev.
No holding, no push, Khavasbek, no push. No holding, Kalan, no holding.
So the 2 men entangled on the inside, the referee content to allow them to work it out, and then almost a gentleman's agreement before the sound of the bell. Okay, I'll let go if you'll let go. But remember, the referee's mantra, the boxing mantra, is to protect yourself at all times, so neither of them willing to break before the sound of the bell. Some of the action from the 4th round, a round where Khugaev did pick up the pace. His quality has always been there, but he was able to showcase more of it in this round, getting the better of some of the exchanges. And again, the body language he received from his coach as he made his way back to the gold corner, suggesting that his coach still wants more. Six-round distance doesn't hold fierce for either of these boxers. Each of them have navigated the 6-round distance on numerous occasions, and of course, having been a former national champion at super welterweight, the 10-round distance has been experienced by Khugaev on a couple of occasions. So we move into the 5th round of a scheduled 6th, and coming out bombing away with that backhand is Alan Khugaev. The right hand, always a good antidote against the southpaw stance. And when he's led off, he has put a different complexion on the contest, has Khugaev. When he's waited and sought to play counterpuncher, there was a slapping right hand which checked the chin of Asadullaev from Khugaev. But when he's waited and allowed Asadullaev to get off first, well, that has been in favor of the southpaw wearing the black trimmed with gold, just as he's demonstrating here. But of course, to lead off and maintain the pressure takes quite an energy tank. He was able to do that for portions of the 4th round. Can he continue that here in the 5th, just as he did there? Good left hook to the body from Khugaev. Sumptuous left hook downstairs from Khugaev, but countered immediately by a cluster of punches. And the combination kept going, quarrying away just above the belt line with that southpaw backhand. Here's Asadullaev. And the referee speaking to both boxers that those withering body attacks may be straying below the belt line, but straight back to the body goes Khugaev, seeking to sap the energy out of the southpaw wearing black. Body punching can be difficult to score but it's an investment that can reap huge dividends because it can really deplete the energy levels of your opponent and render them increasingly stationary as the bout progresses. Both men demonstrated the art of body punching beautifully. There's a tidy right hook on the inside out of the orthodox stance from Khugaev. Picture perfect left hook downstairs once again, sunk in beneath the elbow of Asadullaev. He scored with it once more, but double right jab, left cross attempted by Asadullaev. Counter right hand not too far away from Khugaev. And the quality on display, beautiful double backhand. To jolt the head backhand again, right hand leads, proving a really profitable punch for Alan Khugaev through this passage of the round. Aware of that, Asadullaev going in search of his get back. Takes another left hook downstairs once again. Just pivoting in the pocket to give his man angles. 10-second clapper sounds, closing stages of round number 5 in what has been a very good round by Khugaev. His right hand successes have been notable and plentiful. So maybe overstating things to state that this has been a contest of two halves, because each of the 5 completed rounds have been competitive, but in the last 2 rounds, this man has made a discernible difference in terms of his punch output. He's picked up the pace, he's let his hands go with more frequency, and his right hand has been really eye-catching, able to score with it repeatedly. Asadullaev always in the contest, but he's been given far more to think about through rounds 4 and 5 as a result of the increased activity being produced by Alan Khugaev.
Секунданты сдают. Финальный 6-й раунд.
Time.
So a little bit of a tardy exit.
Please.
Good luck.
Box.
By the coaches to begin the 6th and final round. And then wonderful to see that sportsmanship between the two boxers in a contest where we've seen terrific skill exhibited, as evidenced by that burst of punches to body and head from Alan Khugaev. Khavasbek, Asadullaev started really briskly out of his southpaw stance, but in rounds 4 and 5, Khugaev really clambered his way back into the contest. And in the event that we go to the scorecards, and this round isn't a 10-8 round by way of domination or decking your opponent, well, it could make things very interesting indeed on the scorecards of the 3 judges. Exchange of shots, with Khugaev scoring effectively downstairs, countered by success to the head from Asadullaev. There was more success for both boxers during that exchange. We approach the halfway stage of this round. So a little bit of showboating being produced now by Asadullaev, and again, maybe seeking to enter bout management mode, thinking that he's done enough. There's a brief cameo of an Ali shuffle out of that southpaw stance by Asadullaev. Crowded against the ropes, and Khugaev was able to tag him with a couple of punches. Well, it's all smiles over in that black corner. They must feel that their man is comfortably in front. But look at that barrage of punches to the body. Beautiful work downstairs, shoveling in hooks beneath the elbows. But then back comes Asadullaev, while Khugaev perhaps allowing his energy levels to recover after that volley of punches. Asadullaev made hay with an effective combination of straight shots upstairs. And it's been that type of contest particularly in rounds 4 and 5. Chin checker of a left hook unfurled by Khugaev. Less than 30 seconds remaining in the 6th and final round. Beautiful two-shot combination and keeping the attack going to have success from both flanks is Asadullaev. Big swing and a miss with the overhand left. The right hook which followed it was inaccurate as well. And then on the sound of the 10-second clapper, Asadullaev content to play matador, skipping his way around the boxing ring. As I say that, he takes up standing sentry near the neutral corner, allowing Alan Khugaev to tee off. Terrific contest in this IBA.PRO bout over the 6 3-minute rounds in the 67-kilogram division. Well, for what it's worth, I think that the man in black has probably done enough to edge this contest, but it was a terrific response in round 4 and particularly round 5, produced by Alan Khugaev, but it may well be a case of too little, too late. He was always in the contest, but over the first 3 rounds, it was Asadullaev who, for my money, did the better work, was more eye-catching, there was more of it. In round 4, Khugaev, to his credit, picked up the pace. He really did that in the 5th round. And then in the final round, well, it was this man who perhaps did the better work overall once again. But a very competitive affair, and I just wonder whether Khugaev will be kicking himself that he didn't start at the pace he demonstrated in rounds 4 and 5 earlier in the bout. This man was allowed to build up a lead on the scorecards, at least that's how I saw it. And by the time Khugaev did pick up the pace after a comparatively slow start, well, he must have been trailing at the halfway stage. Well, again, look at the contrast in body language. Here's Alexander Sadokov with the official verdict.
И в этом поединке единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержал по прозвищу Гладиатор Khavasbek Asadullaev.
So Khavasbek Asadullaev extends his perfect start on the IBA.PRO stage. Now 2 wins out of 2 after his IBA professional night, IBA Champions Night debut in Samara in November. And declared a points decision victor over Alan Khugaev, he experiencing defeat for the first time as a professional. Remember, this is an IBA.PRO contest, so it won't necessarily show up on his professional record outside of IBA professional boxing. But it was a dramatic entrance into the boxing ring by the Asian Continental champion in the 3-round format. The gladiator, Khavasbek Asadullaev, producing some really eye-catching southpaw skills over the first 3 rounds. Then Khugaev responded in the 4th, really picked up the pace in the 5th, before it was a back-and-forth encounter in the 6th and final round, which was probably edged by the man declared as the victor. So lessons learned, no doubt, for Alan Khugaev and his camp. Won't want to give away, not that he did give away, but he won't want to start as slowly as he did in subsequent outings. But a deserving victor is Khavasbek Asadullaev, the gladiator out of Andijan, Uzbekistan, extending his perfect record with that points victory. So we're in the middle of our 7-bout card here from the Wrestling Palace in Ufa in Moscow. Some 850 miles east. Excuse me, we're in Ufa, some 850 miles east of the Russian capital. And what will come up next is the main event between Pavel Sosulin and Lucas Bastida. There then will be another 3 bouts, but again, because of the change in channels for local television, the main event will be the 4th bout in our 7-bout card of action.
Дамы и господа, прямо сейчас нас ожидает главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за титулы чемпиона WBA Gold и IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Аргентины Лукас Bastida.
So into the arena steps Argentina's Lucas Bastida, 27 years of age. He's the man from the Argentinian capital of Buenos Aires. Experienced professional, 26 bouts on his ledger, 22 wins, 13 of them coming inside the distance for a 59% KO ratio. 3 losses, one of those coming inside the distance. His last bout in October of last year, the former Argentinian and South American middleweight champion. Of his 3 losses, 2 of them have come overseas. And that last outing was on the road where he took the O of Bogdan Sobol in Riga.
Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, Pavel Sosulin!
So into the arena steps the familiar figure of Pavel Sosulin. Tucked beneath his right arm, what appears to be a Russian doll bedecked in IBA boxing gloves. Perfect record in the professional ranks, undefeated on the IBA stage as well. We last saw him in the ring in Yerevan, Armenia. I was ringside that night as he took the O of Carlo Baccaro of the Philippines with a 3rd round stoppage in a battle of unbeaten boxers. Pavel Sosulin, 10-0 in the professional ranks, 3 bouts on the IBA stage, looking to extend his perfect record here tonight in this battle for the WBA Gold title. That's that belt there, and the IBA Intercontinental strap on the line as well. This bout made at 69.9 kilograms.
Дамы и господа, нас ожидает главное событие вечера. Впереди 10 раундов за титулы чемпиона WBA Gold и IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Для участников титульного поединка звучат национальные гимны их стран. Но прежде прошу приветствуйте официальный гимн Международной ассоциации бокса, гимн IBA. Дамы и господа, для Лукаса Бастиды звучит государственный гимн Аргентины. Дамы и господа, звучит государственный гимн Российской Федерации.
So a rousing rendition of the IBA anthem, the Argentinian national anthem, followed by the Russian national anthem.
Промоутерские компании IBA Challenger, Iron and Gloves Promotions и Patriot Boxing при поддержке правительства Республики Башкортостан и Федерации бокса России представляют вашему вниманию главное событие вечера. 10 раундов за титулы чемпиона WBA Gold и IBA Intercontinental в первом среднем весе. Представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер WBA Карлос Чавес, Испания. Судьи в рингсайде Дмитрий Болдырев, Ираклий Малазония, оба Россия. И из Италии Энрико Личини. Дамы и господа, рефери в ринге Сальвадор Сальва, Испания. Представляю участников главного боя вечера и первого боксера в черном углу. Ему 27 лет, рост 185 сантиметров, официальный вес 69 килограммов и 650 граммов. Его впечатляющий рекорд насчитывает 26 боев, 22 победы при 3 поражениях и 1 ничьей, 13 ярких побед нокаутом. Чемпион Аргентины, интерконтинентальный чемпион IBA из Аргентины, репрезентando a Argentina, Lucas El Tornado Bastida. Его сопернику напротив в золотом углу 28 лет. Рост 178 сантиметров, официальный вес 69 килограммов и 850 граммов. Его прекрасный рекорд насчитывает 10 боев, 10 побед, в том числе 5 нокаутом. Чемпион России среди любителей и профессионалов, чемпион Европы IBA, чемпион WBA Asia из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, по прозвищу Мекс Павел Sosulin. И предматчевый инструктаж от рефери поединка Сальвадора Сальва.
Guantes, abren. Remember what I told you in the dressing room? Obey my commands and protect yourself at all times. Bring us a good fight. Good luck.
So, final look at the tail of the tape. In this battle between experienced boxers, Pavel Sosulin undefeated in his contest to date. More experienced man from Argentina, Lucas Bastida. He boxes out of the black corner, wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold. The peroxide and blue dye job sported on his close crop hair. His fellow Orthodox boxer wearing the white trim with gold is Pavel Sosulin, no stranger to IBA professional and champions night events. Competed here in the city of Ufa last year when Ulugbek Sabirov of Uzbekistan became the first man to take him the distance on the IBA stage. But he dished out some heavy punishment that night. Muscular combinations that sent the crowd into a frenzy. Rather ponderous overhand right attempted by Bastida. Fighting over the seas for the 4th time in his professional career. His last outing coming in Riga in October of last year, where he took the oath of Bogdan Sobol, entered the contest at a perfect 18-0. The Riga arena in the Latvian capital. Good work to the body with the jab from Sosulin, who, despite being a more compact figure, the shorter man, who's demonstrating that the jab is often about timing and not just height and reach. Left hook attempted to the body by Bastida, but in the meantime continuing to pile up the points and soften up the body with that lead left stick is Sosulin, and look at the accuracy finding within it as he comes upstairs to the head. So beyond the halfway stage of this opening round, now looking to establish his own lead left is the taller man Bastida. But look at that variety on the jab, head, body, head, followed by another spearing straight left in between the defenses of Bastida from Sosulin. Right hand being brought into play by Bastida. Won his first 3 contests before experiencing his first defeat in bout number 4. That the only stoppage in the 3 defeats he has experienced to date. And the other 2 men to get the better of him were really talented individuals. More on that as we go through the evening. Sosulin just moving neatly counterclockwise to his left before changing direction. And again, that jab proving to be really disruptive, bringing the backhand into play to end the combination. Setting everything up off the jab once again is Sosulin, who's found his distance immediately in the opening round of this title contest scheduled for 10. Again, inside the 10-second clap, and more evidence of that trip hammer lead left hand. Well, it's a long way from Buenos Aires to Ufa in Russia. And one wonders where Batista's legs currently are, because he didn't appear to have them with him in the boxing ring for the majority of that opening round. Pieced up repeatedly by the lead left hand of Pavel Sosulin. It's been a slow start by the man nicknamed El Tornado, but he's not blowing with any ferocity yet. Outscored comprehensively for my money during the course of that opening 3 minutes. But as mentioned, he's a durable individual, not unduly troubled by the offensive successes of Sosulin, but surely he's conceded the opening round.
Второй раунд. Round 2.
So we move into round number 2 then. And again, Sosulin immediately to work with that lead left hand. Now, Bastida just seeking to get himself into the proceedings. He tries to catapult off the ropes, but didn't fully commit to the offensive output. Roundhouse right was rather ponderous, didn't find the target. Sosulin bringing the backhand into play and back on the front foot once again. And Bastida continually conceding ground here. Not quite going back in straight lines. I was about to suggest he was, but there he was moving to his left, spinning off the line to try and present some angles to his man. Sosulin really active with an accurate left jab, and again drops down effectively to the body with it once more, then changing it by bringing it back to the head. The defenses of Bastida proving rather porous. There he answered the telephone effectively. Right hand up to the ear to ward off that incoming left hook. Double right hand, body then head from Bastida. Perhaps his best success of the contest so far at the halfway stage of round number 2. Good two-shot salvo to the body. The right hand, a rather slapping shot. Bastida momentarily turning southpaw. Now back in the orthodox stance once again. Half-cover guard being adopted by Bastida. Will that prove to be any more effective? Well, as I suggest, that a left jab going over the top of the right hand that he was held against his chin, but his chin wasn't tucked behind his shoulder. So Sosulin able to score with that lead left. And again, right uppercut success, followed up with a left hook from Bastida, who despite being the taller, longer fighter as he rides the right hand by just employing some head movement, despite being the taller, longer fighter, it is he who is having success with bent arm punches, particularly the right uppercut, while Sosulin is enjoying plenty of success with his jab right on cue. It's a real trip hammer of a shot. Snapped out from the elbow, plenty of back foot and shoulder involved as well. As again, just turning his head to make that shot miss Bastida. Sosulin will be processing that information, just like George Foreman did against Michael Mora when he regained the title. All that shot has to travel is another couple of millimeters. It goes from being rendered an inaccurate shot to a shot that lands flush. Second round in the book. Good to see a response and some greater activity from Lucas Bastida in that second frame. There's the right uppercut. That was particularly successful for him at close quarters.
Гаси, гаси, вблизи, не задерживайся. Если пришел туда, то твое действие, твое действие. Держи. Да, ногами, ноги сзади. Если стой, потом только отрабатывай, то просто под собой ногами не работает. Понял, да? Не тяни только.
Секунданты за ринг. Seconds out. Третий раунд.
Vamos,
Round
ya,
three.
ya, ya. Time. Hay que ir más rápido. ¿eh?
This is an extraordinarily tardy exit
Time. Box.
by Bastida's coaches in that black corner. 60 seconds is the time with which you have to work. 60 seconds and then some. Bright start to the third round behind that left jab by Sosulin once again. Bastida looking to respond. It's a contest scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds. The WBA gold title on the line, as well as the IBA Intercontinental title. It's made at 69.9 kilograms. That's just over the 154-pound super welterweight or light middleweight in old money limit. 154 pounds and 1 3/4 ounces using the imperial measurement.
Vale, no agarres. Box.
Minute gone in this round. Again, not much pace or zip on the punches of Bastida, but he's still able to find the home with them, particularly when he lets go the bent arm shot. But again, look at the tremendous punch output from Sosulin. Good left hook to the body from Bastida. Looked to bring the right uppercut into play, but was countered effectively by Sosulin, who's continuing to use that lead left hand very effectively indeed. So Bastida just presenting a different look, hands down by his belt line now. His head hasn't proved to be that difficult to pick off. It's not as though he possesses razor-sharp reflexes as his head snapped back by a double jab once again. So boxing with the hands down by the knees, perhaps a risky tactic unless he's got unshakable confidence in his chin. But remember, he was stopped in bout number 4 after beginning his professional career with 3 straight victories. Stopped in the third round of a scheduled 6 by the undefeated Hugo Alberto Roldan. And again, pinned to the ropes to invite pressure, and Sosulin obliging by having success with a combination. That one aberration of a stoppage aside, his other losses, oh, that's a good right hand from Sosulin. Pinned in the gold corner is Bastida, absorbs the punches and fights his way back out of the confined position with some good work to both body and head. But it's Sosulin looking to take it to the Argentinian boxer once again. Got him pinned and square on the ropes. Nice movement to make his man miss and then claim him around the waist and waltz his way off the ropes back to the space of center ring. So again, flashes of what this man can do, but with 3 rounds completed, I don't think he's showcased his skills consistently enough, or is he inconvenienced Sosulin enough to take any of the 3 completed rounds we've had so far. And again, so much coming off the most fundamental punch in boxing, the lead jab of Sosulin. And then when he positions his man where he wants him to, he's got the variety in his repertoire to score effectively to both body and head.
Seconds out. Четвертый раунд. Раунд 4.
Box.
So into the 4th round then. Bastida, rather ponderous with some of his punches, particularly that overhand right. It was en route to the target in circuitous fashion. Easily evaded by Sosulin, who's remaining disciplined, hands held high as he seeks to walk his man down. And again, disruptive lead left hand snapped out by Sosulin. Again, that roundhouse right, taking a rather circuitous route to the intended target. There's an altogether more direct lead left jab. And I wonder why we haven't seen that shot in evidence more frequently in the completed 3 rounds. Is the taller man, the longer man? Oh, there's a roundhouse right that came over the top from Sosulin. Same shot reciprocated by Bastida. But then keeping the attack going to make it first and third boxing is Sosulin. Oh, that's a solid right cross landed by Sosulin. Then drops down with a good left hook to the body. Bastida keeping his composure in the corner, able to fight his way out of there with a little bent arm flurry. Solid right cross once again to check the chin of Bastida. Mentioned aside from that aberration, his other 2 losses have been on point over the 10-round distance against the 2016 Olympian and former WSB competitor Josh Kelly, Pretty Boy Kelly out of the northeast of England, and Mackham from Sunderland. And his other loss was against Bakari Stamaka, a man who just improved to 18-0 the other day with an 8th round stoppage over Rocky Nap in Paris in a fusion event where he shared center stage with the French rapper Gazo. Roundhouse right is a solid shot, followed by a thunderous left hook and another right cross. So the 2 men standing shoulder to shoulder in the pocket. And again, given their contrasting physiques, one would suggest that Sosulin, who's more ideally suited to that type of work, as again the right foot coming forward during that walk from Bastida, rendering him a southpaw boxer before the sound of the bell to conclude round number 4. Some of the action from that 4th round. Glancing hook to the body, followed by a solid jab to the head from Sosulin. And his right hand was particularly impressive, catching his man with it repeatedly while he was standing, inviting pressure near the ropes.
На подборы внимательно, внимательно. Капа, 10 секунд. Будь умным. Давай, давай, давай.
Seconds out. 5th round, round 5.
Box!
So moving to round number 5 then. Lucas Bastida clearly knows what he's doing in a boxing ring. It's not a lack of ambition that he's demonstrating, but I'm just not sure that he is being busy enough. There's a really good use of the left hand, demonstrated by Bastida. And it just disrupts the forward movement that Sosulin is looking to launch. Can he keep that left jab going? Can he back it up with anything more potent from the rest of his bag? Retreated to the neutral corner once again, and that's where Sosulin's enjoyed real success, particularly with his backhand in round number 4.
Stop. A fight. Box.
Left hook to the body was a scoring shot. The slapping overhand right which followed was inaccurate. So Bastida has picked up the punch output here in the first minute of round number 5. Can he maintain it in a bid to keep Sosulin occupied and have him were forced to implement some adaptive type of strategy. Good work to body and head once again from Bastida, enjoying his best round so far. Did have success with a right uppercut in round number 2. That brief cameo was rather subsumed for the majority of the round and in subsequent rounds. But here Bastida making a much better fist of things, as he's able to ride that shot once again by swiveling his head to his left. So Sosulin seeking to make it physical as he shrugs off the man with the shoulder, bombs away with the overhand right once more, ends that brief passage of success with a right uppercut. And Sosulin seeking to continue to maraud his way inside. Solid left hand landed in the form of a hook by Bastida. Good work to both body and head by Sosulin. And Bastida got a languid quality about his work. His punches since the opening bell have never been replete with pop or zip. But some of the punches during that previous offensive onslaught from Sosulin just appeared to make him wilt a little bit. Again, that languid quality I was referring to becoming a little more evident now. His coordination doesn't appear that sharp. Home run, right uppercut missed by some distance, then countered by a crisp right cross from Sosulin. Closing seconds of round number 5. Double hook followed by a right hook. It was left hook to body and head, and on the sound of the 10-second clapper, that has spurred Sosulin into life as he went through the gears in the closing stages of round number 5. Well, again, he's looking rather forlorn in that corner, is Bastida. Feeling just a little disorientated. We'll take a look at some of the action from the 5th. And it's not as though he's enjoyed much success when he's been maneuvered to or retreated to the corner. Bastida, solid right hand landed on the inside. And Sosulin pulling down the left glove before crashing home that overhand right and keeping the attack going. That coming in the closing stages of the 5th round. So to the second half of this contest we go. Good left hook to the body at the start of round number 6. 5 rounds completed, a potential 5 rounds remain in this contest at 69.9 kilograms, just over the 154-pound super welterweight limit. But Sosulin, having finished round number 5 in storming fashion, looking to continue that type of punch output. Look at those spearing jabs to the solar plexus, shot out by Sosulin. Bastida, well, he's gone from one corner to the set of ropes on the other side of the ring. And for a punch picker as accurate as Sosulin, well, that can almost represent target practice. But Bastida has the experience, the durability and toughness to keep Sosulin honest. But again, beyond the halfway stage, I just don't think he's doing nearly enough to make a strong case for him winning any of the rounds so far. Looking for the right uppercut once again. That's a shot that served him really well in round number 2. But again, composed under fire, continuing to slip and slide and bob and weave as Sosulin was looking to let his hands go. Burst of shoe shine punches. Not really troubling Sosulin from Bastida. Sosulin receiving the support of the home fans here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa. Well, here at this venue last year, as he lands a solid left hook when he went the distance for the first time on the IBA stage against Ulugbek Sabirov, he demonstrated that he can keep up this type of punch output all contest long. That one was scheduled for 8. This one 2 rounds further scheduled for the WBA Gold and IBA Intercontinental titles. And I'm not quite sure what the strategy of Lucas Bastida is here. But it's not as though the 10-round distance holds any fears for Sosulin. Been in scheduled 10-rounders before. Most recently in his contest against Carlo Baccaro, the undefeated boxer from the Philippines, who he took out in the third of a fantastic contest in Yerevan, Armenia. I was ringside to commentate on that. It was a bout that was filled with sharp shooting action before the early conclusion of the bout in the third. And look at Sosulin go through the gears here. So back comes Bastida, and again, doing enough to keep himself in the contest, but I don't think he's doing anywhere near enough to be winning the contest. So Sosulin, who finished the 5th round in strong fashion, sought to carry on that momentum in the next round. I don't think he's in danger of punching himself out. But he's being met with a durable opponent in Bastida tonight.
Seconds out. 7th round, round 7.
So to the 7th round we go. Sosulin out pushing the pace once again. Over that front foot, looking to back up his man behind his left jab. Remained really disciplined, has Sosulin. Never lost his shape. Always remaining respectful of what's coming back from Bastida. Remember, 13 wins inside the distance in his 22 victories. But the deeper we go into the contest, because without wishing to be unkind, Sosulin, as he takes a good left hand to the body from Bastida and another one, looks to counter with a left hook upstairs. But Sosulin must have taken all of the completed 6 rounds so far. There just hasn't been enough consistent punch output or heavy enough punch output from Bastida to make Sosulin uncomfortable or indeed to second guess his primary game plan. There he resumes the action with another clumping left jab through the defenses of Bastida, and now bringing hooks and uppercuts into play to both body and head. Bastida, though, continuing to keep cool under fire, spin off the ropes back to the space of center ring. And again, ensuring that trade-offs ensue, but the defenses of Sosulin proving effective. There he lands a really cracking left hook at close quarters. We're on the halfway stage of this 7th round. So Bastida again, and he leads off and brings that left hand into play. That does make life more difficult for Sosulin, because again, by virtue of his greater height and lengthier reach, he's got more distance to try and close down, and Bastida, with perhaps his most sustained attack of the entire contest, backing up Sosulin, pushing him back towards the black corner. Right hook around the corner out of the orthodox stance. Counter left hook in response from Sosulin, but a terrific passage of the round enjoyed by Bastida beyond the 2-minute mark. But now, had he punched himself out for the remainder of the round, and having had success, Sosulin says, "Are you finished?" And he brings his offense into play. A terrific two-way action through round number 7. Good work to the body once again, as rocking and rolling on the ropes is Bastida. Both men keen to initiate and indeed accept the clinch. Solid right hand on the resumption from Bastida. Terrific round of boxing. Bastida perhaps enjoying his best round of the entire contest in the final minute of round number 7. I think that qualifies as a reading of the right attack from his corner. He made his way back to take the score in between rounds 7 and 8. So it was Sosulin on the front foot for the first half of the round before Bastida put together a sustained attack of several phases, keeping Sosulin occupied, backing the man up for perhaps the first time in the contest. But then Sosulin answered his successful passage of the round.
Box.
So 3 rounds remaining in this 10-round bout in the 69.9 kilogram division, just over 154 pounds light middleweight or super welterweight. Bastida enjoying his best round of the contest in the 7th. And it's not a foregone conclusion that he won it, because it was a strong start in the first half of the round by Sosulin. Then in the final minute, Bastida enjoying his best portion of the round, only for Sosulin to have the final word in round number 7. Solid left jab by Sosulin once again. First to the head, then to the body, doubling it up nicely as he continues to vary his height very effectively indeed. Plumping overhand right landed with the inside of the glove from Bastida. More sharp shooting success with the lead left stick once again from Sosulin. Again, the variety that he's shown on his jab is really impressive. Sosulin able to dip at the knees and push off the back foot to spear it into the body, just as he's done right on cue, bring it up to the head and follow it with a rapier-like right hand. Really has been a key component of what must be his advantageous position on the scorecards. So much success coming off the jab as the half-cover guard being affected, being proffered now by Bastida, reminiscent of a latter-day Ken Norton. Forearm guard covering the torso, not really tucking his chin behind the higher glove, the right glove, or behind his shoulder. And is that perhaps to ward off the success that Sosulin has had to the body, particularly with that stab jab that he unfurled just there. There's the same shot in evidence once again. Left-right success from Bastida. Been breathing through an open mouth for some time now, as again, a little later than in the previous round, here he comes with perhaps what is his only sustained salvo in the round. And again, it's enough to keep him in the round, but not nearly enough to see it scored in his favor. Double jab right hand from Sosulin, with Bastida finding himself near the corner post once again. Sosulin keen to re-enter the fray, forcing the intervention of referee Mr. Salvador Salva. So 2 rounds remaining in the contest where Sosulin must be ahead by some distance on the scorecard.
Давай ему так выставиться. Джебом разрушай, выведи его из этой стойки. Как только он во фронтальную ставу каната, сразу цепляемся за него. От джеба. Не дай выставиться. Не давай так выставляться. Дерни все, что угодно. Выведи его из этого положения.
Further examples of the wonderfully effective left hand by Sosulin, bringing the backhand into play behind it. Just as in round number 7, Bastida did launch something of a rally. It was shorter in duration than his success in the 7th stanza.
Round 9.
As we move into round number 9. In this venture into the 9th round, representing previously unexplored territory for Pavel Sosulin. Been in scheduled 10-rounders before, most recently in January in Armenia. But he got his man out of there in the 3rd round in a battle of unbeaten boxers against Carlo Baccaro of the Philippines. Prior to that, he's been at 8-round distance on multiple occasions, including in his outing here in the city of Ufa in April last year, when Ulubek Sabirov became the first man to take him the distance on the IBA stage. But he's continuing to quit himself very well indeed, is Sosulin. He's kept his shape beautifully, stuck to the game plan, and aside from a few sustained cameos, a couple of sustained cameos, Sosulin taking a good left hook to the body, but countered immediately with a right cross to the head. Bastida attempted to ride it once again by seeking to turn his head to his right. Good right cross once again landed by Sosulin. Well, Bastida simply not busy enough in sustained enough fashion. He's been boxing at this type of tenor as he lands a good right hand roundhouse right. But he's been boxing at this type of tempo practically from the opening bell. But he is as durable and as game as they come. Hasn't been unduly troubled despite the successes that Sosulin has had. Landed several shots flush. Instead he rides them, appears to be wilting on times as he takes that stiff right cross. Intelligently looking to claim his man, but keeping the attack going with a furious two-fisted onslaught. Here's Pavel Sosulin, and referee Mr. Salvadoro Salva has seen enough. And it's another inside the distance victory for Pavel Sosulin. Terrific performance of patience and discipline, wonderfully accurate punch picking. Dialed up the tempo in the 9th round, kept the attack going, and despite the fact that Lucas Bastida appeared to be able to take and weather the onslaught that was coming in his direction, the referee, Mr. Salvadoro Salva, deciding that he had seen enough because it was too much one-way success. Right crosses crashing home. Bastida trying to claim his man but unable to do so. And despite the fact that he was seeking to cover up, there was nothing coming back from El Tornado. And Sosulin, once he sensed that he had his man going, he was relentless, continuing to let the leather fly from both flanks and forcing the referee to intervene. Lucas Bastida overwhelmed in the corner, and seeing him suffer the second inside the distance stoppage of his career. So despite prevailing in Latvia last time out, success overseas continues to be pretty difficult to come by for Lucas Bastida. It's the 4th loss of his career, and 3 of them have come away from home. Pavel Sosulin victorious yet again on the IBA stage. And here on IBA.PRO 3, he is about to be declared as the WBA Gold Champion and IBA Intercontinental titleist as well. There's the IBA Championship hardware and the black strap of the WBA just into shot now here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa.
Дамы и господа, прежде чем мы назовем имя победителя, ваши аплодисменты обоим невероятным воинам, которые закатили сумасшедшую рубку. Итак, дамы и господа, рефери Сальвадор Сальва остановил поединок на отметке 2 минуты и 35 секунд 9-го раунда. Таким образом, техническим нокаутом победу одержал и стал новым чемпионом IBA Intercontinental и чемпионом WBA Gold в первом среднем весе Павел Сосулин! Санкт-Петербург, Россия!
So to the victor, the spoils, Pavel Sosulin, a 9th round TKO winner over Lucas Bastida of Argentina, extending his perfect professional record now, remaining undefeated and scoring another inside the distance victory. It was a performance filled with patience and poise, wonderful punch picking to both body, hand, head out of that orthodox stance.
Дамы и господа, давайте аплодисментами проводим боксера из Аргентины Лукас Эль Торнадо Бастида. И, конечно, наш чемпион Павел Сосулин.
So Pavel Sosulin continuing to bask in the glory of his title-winning success, now in possession of the WBA Gold and IBA Intercontinental titles. Wonderful performance. Pavel Sosulin.
Павел, ну что ж, твоя коллекция сегодня пополнилась чуть прилично. Два очень красивых пояса. Теперь твои. По праву. Это был классный, зрелищный бой. И как будто бы пока что самый тяжелый бой в твоей профессиональной карьере.
Уфа, добрый вечер всем. Огромная благодарность за оказанную мне поддержку. На протяжении всех 9 раундов вы меня гнали вперед. У нас сегодня все получилось, слава богу. Я могу огромную благодарность выразить Лукасу Бастида и его команде, что они приехали и закатили такой бой мне. Я не боюсь никаких вызовов. Я рад на вашей земле боксировать. Спасибо большое.
Павел, но не можем отпустить вас без следующего вопроса. Он напрашивается. Следующие имена. Это должны быть уже действительно большие и знакомые широкому кругу любителей бокса. Я думаю, что у вас есть на примете парочка жестких гангстеров.
Ну, знаете, я никогда никому не кидал вызовы. Мы всегда открыты к любым боям. Нету таких соперников, с кем мы не готовы боксировать. Любые вызовы, дайте нам время подготовиться, мы выйдем и сделаем свое дело.
Сделает. Будьте уверены. Павел Сосулин.
So Pavel Sosulin sharing his immediate post-fight thoughts with the crowd here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa, and no doubt delighted, having just secured a really impressive inside the distance win over Lucas Bastida of Argentina. And remember, boxers as estimable as the pretty boy Josh Kelly and the undefeated Bakari Samaka, all friends. despite prevailing over Bastida, were taken the full 10-round distance. So that a measure of the performance and victory that Sosulin has just produced.
Дамы и господа, мы идем далее, и на очереди 6-раундовый поединок в тяжелом весе. И первым добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга из Азербайджана Mahammad Abdullayev.
Well, if you're a fan of IBA boxing, this man needs no introduction because he is one of the very best in the world. Mahammad Abdullayev from Baku in Azerbaijan, 26 years of age now, and he consistently one of the best super heavyweights in the world in the 3-round format of IBA World Championship Boxing. Took consecutive bronzes on the world stage. I was ringside at both editions in Belgrade, at the Stark Arena, now the Belgrade Arena in 2021, then at the Humo Arena in Tashkent 2 years later in 2023, where he claimed his second consecutive IBA World Championship bronze, a 2-time Olympian, having competed on the Olympic stage in Paris last summer and behind closed doors in the delayed Olympics of 2021 prior to that. And it took the eventual champion, Israilov, to get the better of him in the second preliminary round in Tokyo. Israilov going on to claim the first of what would be 2 Olympic super heavyweight titles.
Из Белорецка, Башкортостан, Россия, Bekkhan, Israilov.
His opponent is from right here in Russia, and that is Bekkhan Israilov. First outing on the IBA professional stage, extensive experience on the multi-nation and domestic scene here in Russia. Preparing to compete in this contest scheduled for 6 rounds. So this representing a brand new experience for him. Bekkhan Israilov from Belorets in Russia into the gold corner.
Большие парни. Нас ждут 6 раундов в тяжелом весе. Представляю участников этого боя. Первый боксера слева от меня в черном углу. Ему 26 лет, рост 195 сантиметров, официальный вес 116,2 килограмма. Бронзовый призер чемпионата мира, финалист Европейских игр, участник Олимпийских игр в Париже, из Баку, Азербайджан, Mahammad Abdullayev. Его сопернику в золотом углу ринга 23 года. Его рост 191 сантиметр, официальный вес 99,1 килограмма. Мастер спорта России, бронзовый призер чемпионата России, из Белорецка, Башкортостан, Россия, Bekkhan Israilov. Сергей Журкин.
Head up, low blow. Good luck.
Well, what a moment in the career of Bekkhan Israilov. The man fighting out of the gold corner, preparing to make his professional debut against the estimable Mahammad Abdullayev of Azerbaijan. We're underway It's a heavyweight contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds between boxers from Azerbaijan and Russia. More compact figure, slightly more compact, wearing black trimmed with gold, is Mahammad Abdullayev, one of the best super heavyweight boxers in the world in the IBA 3-round format. Two-time Olympian, two-time World Championship bronze medalist, European Games silver medalist. That's how he punched his ticket through to Paris 2024, claiming that second spot on the podium behind Great Britain's delicious Ariel to secure his second Olympic appearance. His opponent is Bekkhan Israilov, working very effectively to both body and head. Remember, this is first outing in a contest scheduled for further than the 3-3-minute rounds of IBA boxing in the West, and he started at a pretty rapid clip. Mahammad Abdullayev made his debut on the IBA Champions Night staged in his home city of Baku last summer. I was ringside to see him prevail with a split decision victory over Christian Salcedo of Colombia. Experienced IBA boxer in a terrific contest over 8 3-minute rounds. Good work to the body from Israilov. Good left hook, and that is Abdullayev at his best, so relaxed and then able to uncoil like a cobra to land a shot, often without reply because he's employed the layback. But he is so relaxed that he can be outworked for passages of the round, dropping down effectively to the body as Abdullayev comes back with a good right hook to the head. So just been using the first 2 minutes of a round of something of a scouting mission. He possesses terrific quickness, does Bekkhan Israilov. Remember, this is a heavyweight contest, super heavyweights if they were doing the 3-round format. Abdullayev operating out of the southpaw stance. Half cover guard. Oh, that's a low blow with that backhand. It may well have been unsighted by referee Mr. Sergei Zherkin. Good thrusting left to the body by Israilov. So continuing to operate as a southpaw boxer is Abdullayev. A depth switch hitter. Again, he's demonstrated that repeatedly throughout his trophy-laden IBA 3-round boxing career. First round in the book of a scheduled 6. Some of the action from the opening round, very brisk start indeed by Bekkhan Israilov, the professional debutant. But then, after taking a look, Abdullayev began to showcase his own offensive repertoire.
Box.
So we move into the second round. Good defense with the right hand and then flicking right jab to the body from Abdullayev, countered by a more impactful combination from Israilov. Hard right hand attempted to the body by Israilov. Look at how Abdullayev was able to change stances on the inside. He entered that coming together as a southpaw boxer and disengaged as an orthodox boxer, but with his low-held hands, chin checked twice by a couple of roundhouse hooks from Israilov. Good left hook to the body from Abdullayev, who continues to operate as an orthodox boxer now after spending the majority, or the second half at least, of the opening round as a southpaw. thrusting jab to the body scored once again. Beautiful counter left hand on the inside by Abdullayev after that thrusting lead left downstairs from Israilov. So Israilov just long with his attempted left hand. I'm trying to take a closer look at the footwear of Israilov. I don't think they're track shoes, but very, very low-cut boxing boots, similar to the type favored by Mike Tyson, but I think they may even be lower than those. Good work to both body and head from Abdullayev. Israilov tries to answer with a right hand over the top. Now the southpaw once again is Abdullayev. And again, so calm, and he trusted his radar and reflexes completely.
No holding.
But because his punch output, oh, that's a beautiful counter left hand. Shove it into the body twice in quick succession as he tests the torso of the professional debutant, who again continues to demonstrate really impressive hand speed. And if he continues to absorb body shots like that, and right on cue, another left hand slung beneath the right elbow of Israilov by Abdullayev. But if he continues to absorb those types of body shots, his movement could become a little more labored the deeper we progress into this contest. Left hand again, just above the belt line from Abdullayev. They've been shoveled in. Plenty of force behind them. Solid work upstairs from Israilov on the sound of the 10-second clapper. Counter left hand from Abdullayev out of the southpaw stance, not too far away, walked his foot through to end the round as an orthodox boxer. Terrific two-way action in this super heavyweight contest at 92 kilograms plus. Some of the action from round number 2, the left hook to the body from Abdullayev, really notable. Able to turn the left hand upstairs as well. Continue to switch between orthodox and southpaw. Bekkhan Israilov continuing to showcase really impressive hand speed in this, his professional debut. Oh.
Box.
Both men sent to opposite neutral corners for the referee, Mr. Sergei Zherkin, calls time to begin round number 3. And again, busy with the lead left hand. And the start of the round is Israilov, and there's the left hand to the body once again. That is proving to be a really profitable punch for Abdullayev. Continuing to operate as a southpaw behind the half-cover guard. Left hand bolo shot, this time dug into the sternum from Abdullayev. Really has found a home for that punch on a consistent basis. Roundhouse left was something of a slap out of the southpaw stance and partially warded off by the glove defenses of Israilov. He's continuing to trust in his jab, work effectively behind straight punches. Right on cue, he lands a lead left hand. Abdullayev doing a good job of remaining side on, reducing the size of the target, and counters wonderfully with a left hook to the body once again. Really has scored with consistency behind his left hand work downstairs. Now back as an orthodox boxer. Stab jab to the body from Israilov. Counter left hook attempted by Abdullayev. It was Israilov who led off. There he leads off with a jab to the body, takes a left hook around the corner for his trouble. Israilov. Just get the sense. Abdullayev, who takes a good right hand there, but he's bringing experience to bear here. Solid left hand landed by Israilov on the resumption. Abdullayev possesses a terrific poker face. Despite punches he absorbs and pressure he may be put under, his expression never changes. Doesn't give the opponent any hope or encouragement that their punches may be having an effect. Solid jab once again from Israilov, countered immediately by the wonderful reflexes of Abdullayev, often countering with a left hook. Just breathing through an open mouth now is Abdullayev. There he went in search of the counter left hand out of the southpaw stance once again, but was rendered inaccurate. Good left uppercut turned into the body, followed by a slapping left hook to the head as Abdullayev operating out of the orthodox stance now. So despite this being his second outing on the IBA professional stage, he made his debut in his home city of Baku last September. Abdullayev just breathing through a mouth that's open at the end of the third round. Solid lead left from Israilov. Bringing the backhand into play as well. We can't ignore or disregard the counter-punching successes, particularly his left hand downstairs, enjoyed by Mahammad Abdullayev.
Четвертый раунд.
So as we begin round number 4, this represents brand new territory for the professional debutant Bekkhan Israilov. That's another solid bolo shot slung into the body once again. The legs getting a tangle on the inside, but Abdullayev really generating terrific leverage on his body punching. Reciprocating in kind is Israilov with that burst of punches just above the belt line. Right hook to the body followed by a solid left jab. And remember, this is a new experience for Israilov, but it was Abdullayev who appeared to be breathing in more labored fashion as the third round ended. Continuing to score really effectively to the body as the crowd dial up the decibel level in a bid to encourage Bekkhan Israilov. So Abdullayev over that front foot, not too far away with the right hand, which he slung in over the top. Left hook landed on the inside, countered by clipping, crisp punches of the short variety by Israilov. Counter left hand to the body once again from Abdullayev. Really has worked effectively with that shot downstairs. Digging away to the torso. Is Israilov. Abdullayev unable to free his hands. He was looking to fashion a clinch. Roundhouse right, just threatening to stray behind the ear of Israilov from Abdullayev. Left hook inaccurate from Abdullayev. Having made his man miss, Israilov couldn't make him pay. Steps in with the left jab. Nice movement from Abdullayev, rendered inaccurate, but Israilov came back with a right cross as he seeks to push the pace once again behind that lead left hand. Right hand was long and over the shoulder of Israilov from Abdullayev. There he lands with another counter left hook on the inside, takes a disruptive left jab, and then quick clusters of punches at short range from Israilov. I mentioned and suggested that Abdullayev is seeking to assert his greater depth of experience. Oh, that's a nice left uppercut turned underneath on the inside from Abdullayev. But Israilov continuing to acquit himself very well, and he's been the busier boxer in this round overall. At least that's how I see it from my commentary position. Both men punching up to the bell. Some of the action from round number 4. Remaining busy behind his lead left hand and having cuffing successes. His shots on the inside was Israilov, but that trusty left hand counter to the body continued to serve Mahammad Abdullayev very well indeed.
Stop. Box.
So into round number 5 then. Abdullayev out as a southpaw boxer once again. Counter left jab over the top of his low held right was a scoring shot from Israilov. Israilov moving clockwise to his left, away from the southpaw backhand of Abdullayev, but he still is able to crash it home to the body once again. Turns it into a straight shot and scores higher up the torso with that backhand. Looking for the counter left uppercut at the southpaw stance with Abdullayev. Now he's an orthodox boxer, changing angle, scores with a good right hand dug downstairs. You just get the sense that he's seeking to get greater leverage on his punches now with Abdullayev. His exhalations audible as he twists his toes into the canvas. He seeks to twist from that back foot to generate the leverage he's in search of. Reverse 1-2 was a straight right to the body, followed by a corkscrew left. Because he is a sporadic puncher, Abdullayev slings in a good right hand to the body beneath the left elbow of Israilov. Because he is a sporadic puncher, he does present opportunities for the opposition to keep themselves in contention. Again, takes in another big breath of oxygen. Lead left hook with a beautiful counter shot. Didn't set it up with the jab, waited for his man to come, then uncoiled the left hook while spinning off the line.
No holding. No holding. Break. Stop. Listen my stop. Step back. Listen my comment. Okay.
So referee Mr. Sergei Zherkin was happy to let the men work away on the inside with the instruction of no holding, but eventually had to physically intervene to separate the two. Beautiful counter left hook once again while spinning off the line, making it a check left hook from Abdullayev, who again appears to be feeling the pace, but still able to produce cameos of quality like that. Double left hook. Well, maybe not a double left hook, but there was a gap in between. It was a double success with a left hook to the body from Abdullayev. Tries to bob and weave his way out of trouble while on the back foot, but was caught by Israilov, who kept the attack going. Roundhouse right from Israilov, countered by a straighter right hand from Abdullayev. Abdullayev back off the ropes to center ring as the two men test the strength of one another on the inside. So 3 minutes remain in what has been a cracking super heavyweight contest so far. Abdullayev again continuing to invest in that left hook to the body, and out of both stances, orthodox and southpaw, it has served him really well. Israilov, in this his professional debut, continuing to show terrific competitive spirit. Sometimes leading off in exchanges, always seeking to answer back in the event that he's picked off first.
Секунданты замена. Финальный, 6-й раунд.
As we move into the 6th and final round, warm embrace before the hostilities resume in this battle between boxers from Azerbaijan and Russia. It's been a terrific professional debut by the Orthodox boxer wearing the white trimmed with gold, and now with the finish line in sight, Mahammad Abdullayev seeking to pick up the pace and let his hands go with far more frequency, continuing to enjoy wonderful success with that left hook to both body and head, and ties his man up. More success on the inside and a cracking left hook, ending that cluster of punches at short and mid-range from Abdullayev. And again, cannot fault the conditioning or the competitive spirit or the desire of Bekkhan Israilov, but just through that passage of the round, the greater depth of experience possessed by Mahammad Abdullayev evident once again. Israilov steps in and scores with a solid left jab to the body. Having let his hands go so frequently in the first minute of the round, Abdullayev just eating some time off the clock, allowing his energy levels to recover. No doubt setting himself for a grandstand finish in the final half of this 6th and final round. Counter left hook to the body again, just able to twist to his left and then come back with the momentum to drive in that left uppercut to the torso of his opponent. And again, body shots can sometimes be difficult to score, but I think that has been beautiful work from the left hand, again out of both stances, orthodox and southpaw from Abdullayev. With a minute remaining, as he scores with or goes in search of a big left hook, but he's off the mark by some distance. So Israilov looking to back his man up and walk him down, scores with a nudging right hand, with his left hand tied up around the rear of the lat of Abdullayev. So final 30 seconds of what has been a super heavyweight contest fought at a terrific clip. And again, Bekkhan Israilov experiencing the timekeeper say round 4 for the first time in his career, has acquitted himself very well indeed over the longer duration. Both men continuing to let their hands go on the sound of the 10-second clapper. There's another left hook from Abdullayev. The bell sounds to conclude what was a really competitive tussle between Mahammad Abdullayev of Azerbaijan and Bekkhan Israilov of Russia. Terrific work by both men, demonstrating a high punch output. The quality of this man's punching was eye-catching indeed, particularly that work downstairs to the body. Israilov always answering to ensure that there were plenty of exchanges, plenty of two-way action. The greater strength, greater power of punch, particularly downstairs to the body, for my money, came from this man, who repeatedly was able to sink in left hand to the solar plexus and rib cage of Bekkhan Israilov. Energetic conversation in that gold corner. So we're going to the scorecards on this one. I have to think that Mahammad Abdullayev has done enough to be declared a victor here, but the punch output of Bekkhan Israilov cannot be discounted. So how will the three scoring judges have seen this one? It was competitive from opening bell to last. So now, nervous moments for the boxers as we await the official announcement at the conclusion of our 5th contest of the evening.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом тяжеловесном поединке каждый из участников которого, без сомнения, заслужил ваши аплодисменты. Большинством судейских голосов победу по очкам одержал из Белорецка, Башкортостан, Россия, Bekkhan, Israilov.
So Bekkhan Israilov declared a winner on points over Mahammad Abdullayev, the two-time World Championship bronze medalist, outpointed by the professional debutant, much to the delight of the home fans in attendance here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa. I think Abdullayev is slightly unfortunate there, but again, make no mistake, it was two-way action throughout the entirety of the 6 3-minute rounds. Abdullayev's body punching was notable for my money. And again, the power that he was able to get on that backhand, I say backhand because oftentimes he was fighting with a southpaw as he dug it in downstairs. I thought that may well have been enough to see him edge it on the scorecards, but the verdict has gone the other way, and it's Bekkhan Israilov who takes a notable scalp in this, his professional debut on the IBA.PRO 3 stage.
И лучшие фото и видео. Отсканируйте QR-код на экране и будьте частью семьи IBA. Дамы и господа, мы идем далее. Нас ожидают 10 раундов за титулы WBA Oceania и IBA Intercontinental в легком весе. Но прежде, прошу приветствуйте в ринге премьер-министр правительства Республики Башкортостан, президент Федерации бокса Республики Башкортостан Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров.
Уфа, добрый вечер! Мы с вами присутствуем в этом дворце борьбы, прошу прощения, в самом большом не только в Российской Федерации, но и в Евразии. Он был построен как многофункциональный центр для борьбы и других видов спорта по инициативе главы республики Радия Фаридовича Хабирова. И я всех спортсменов республики с этим поздравляю. Хочу сказать о том, что мы уже 4-й раз проводим в Уфе вечер профессионального бокса IBA. И за это хотел отдельно поблагодарить Умара Назаровича Кремлева, президента Международной ассоциации бокса. Спасибо большое, Умар Назарович. Хочу пожелать башкортостанским боксерам успехов. Артуру Subkhankulov, который, я уверен, покажет нам настоящий бокс. Азалии Aminevой, который сегодня будет завершать этот потрясающий вечер. Ну и поблагодарить всех наших боксеров, победивших сегодня, и пожелать нашим восходящим звездам, Ивану Тихонову, в том числе, впереди хороших боев. Спасибо всем, хорошего настроения.
Андрей Геннадьевич Назаров. Итак, дамы и господа, прошу приветствуйте на пути в черный угол ринга. Из Австралии, вот он, Ибрагим Балла.
So into the arena here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa is Australia's Ibrahim Balla, 34 years of age, is a man from Werribee in Victoria, Australia. Brings to the ring a 19-fight professional record, 17 wins, 2 defeats, 7 of those 17 victories coming inside the distance. Made his professional debut in 2013 after a glittering career in the 3-round IBA code, including 2012 appearance on that stacked Australian team. A team that included Jai Opataya, one of the youngest Olympians at London 2012, particularly in the sport of boxing. So Ibrahim Balla into the boxing ring here on this IBA.PRO 3
Дамы и
stage.
господа, на пути в золотой угол ринга из Уфы, Башкортостан, Россия, Artur Subkhankulov!
His opponent is the popular figure of Artur Subkhankulov from right here in Ufa in Russia. Keeps and claim the IBA European title at 60 kilograms. Outstanding 3-round boxer back in his tenure in the amateur ranks, including being a WSB representative for the Russian boxing team between 2015 and 2017. But on the IBA professional and Champions Night stages, he has been imperious.
Итак, дамы и господа, нас ожидают 10 раундов бокса за титулы WBA Oceania и IBA Intercontinental в легком весе. Представляю официальных лиц. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Сергей Хурсанов. Супервайзер IBA Максим Чертыковцев, Молдова. Супервайзер WBA Карлос Чавес, Испания. Судьи в рингсайде Дмитрий Болдырев, Ираклий Малазония, оба Россия. Из Италии Энрико Личини. Ваш рефери в ринге из Испании Сальвадор Сальва. Представляю участников этого боя и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 34 года, рост 173 сантиметра. На весах он показал 60 килограммов и 850 граммов. Он представляет Мельбурн, Австралия. Его рекорд состоит из 19 боев, 17 побед при всего 2 поражениях и 7 побед нокаутом. Участник Олимпийских игр в Лондоне, чемпион Океании по версии WBA Ibrahim Balla. Боксеру напротив в золотом углу ринга 33 года. Его рост 170 сантиметров, а вес 60 килограммов и 950 граммов. Мастер спорта международного класса. Чемпион турнира «Странджа» в Болгарии. Победитель Кубка мира нефтяных стран. Чемпион Европы IBA. Чемпион WBA Asia. Из Уфы. Башкортостан, Россия. Artur Subkhankulov!
Remember what I told you in the dressing room? Obey my commands, protect yourself at all times, and bring us a good fight. Good luck.
So a look at the tail of the tape between these two experienced boxers. Ibrahim Balla, the slightly taller man, a slightly longer reach. What an intriguing contest we have in store as we are underway in a contest scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds. Intercontinental title of the IBA and the WBA Oceania titles on the line. Between the orthodox boxer Ibrahim Balla, 34 years of age, from Victoria in Australia. And the southpaw boxer Artur Subkhankulov, 33 years of age, from right here in Ufa in Russia. Balla, really experienced individual. First saw him ringside at the 2010 Commonwealth Games in New Delhi in India when he represented Australia. That was at the Talkatora Stadium, and in the Commonwealth Games where there was so much news and discussion surrounding the preparedness of the venues. Subkhankulov looking to get onto the front foot and score with both lead straight rights and a backhand southpaw left. Well, the Talkatora Stadium was an existing venue, and it resembled almost like an igloo. And without wishing to get any of the organisers in trouble, it was packed to what I'm sure was beyond capacity every day. India, such a strong presence in IBA-style boxing. And their fans, or their boxers, cheered on enthusiastically by capacity crowds in each of the sessions. As mentioned, he went on to represent Australia at the Olympic Games 2 years later and was ringside to commentate on that as well. Here he is against Artur Subkhankulov, who just takes a strong right cross to the body from Balla. Subkhankulov just feinting. Here the referee, Mr. Salvador Salvo, reminding the boxers to watch their feet, and that can often be a point of coming together, the lead legs of orthodox and southpaw boxers. And as you'd expect, every success or hint of success enjoyed by Subkhankulov, cheered enthusiastically by the fans here. He's made to miss with that southpaw left. Ibrahim Balla not too far away with that lead left hook. Nice right jab from Subkhankulov. Mr. Salvador Salvo again telling the boxers to watch their lead legs, and that high camera shot, just seeing how keen the battle for the front foot position is. Skillful round of boxing in this contest, scheduled for 10 at 61.2 kilograms. Some of the action from the opening round. Look at that for a catch and counter with the right hand from Ibrahim Balla. Sharp shooting straight right to the body, but then a left hand success downstairs for Subkhankulov. And it was that type of contest in the opening round of this bout scheduled for 10. So we move into the second round then. This bout made at 61.2 kilograms, which is a tad under the 135-pound lightweight limit. Both men have enjoyed title success in the professional ranks. Artur Subkhankulov making his professional debut in 2021. And again, no stranger to appearing on the IBA Champions Night stages. Boxing Subkhankulov, boxed here in Russia against Hungary's Roland Garros back in August. And in April last year, he won that IBA European title against James Khugaev of Romania. Commentated on that contest. It was a really skillful affair. Subkhankulov demonstrated in that bout the ability to go through the gears. Far more circumspect here as he wasn't too far away with a southpaw left cross. Both men remain patient as they seek to set up their offensive successes. Sharp left jab from Ibrahim Balla, and another one altogether sharper, catching the advancing Subkhankulov, who was looking to let his own hands go. His forward movement doubling up the impact of the straight shot from Balla. Backhand not too far away from Ibrahim Balla, goes in search of it once again. Again, the right hand can be really effective, as it was on the counter there against the southpaw stance. Touching jab to the body scored by Ibrahim Balla. Right jab upstairs from Subkhankulov as the two men continuing to exchange straight shots, both upstairs and downstairs through this portion of round number 2. Southpaw left from Subkhankulov, countered by a straight shot over the top from Balla. And again, each man trying to draw that lead. Left cross upstairs, success upstairs from Subkhankulov, countered immediately by a straight body shot from Balla. And Balla again, double left jab, right cross to the body. Subkhankulov answering with a right hand upstairs. Really having to work for their offensive successes here. Each man showing patience. You get the sense that they would like to play counter puncher, because again, leading off was Balla during that exchange, but Subkhankulov answering with a two-shot salvo. Terrific skill in evidence through 2 completed rounds.
Always ready. He's waiting for you to overcommit the weight, and that's it. Mashallah, you're looking beautiful. I told you when you step off, you're walking him onto that right hand. And bro, don't let him get away with touch him back, step back. Step back, okay? Touch his hand, touch his body, and then you find your range, okay? Your left
Some of the action from round number 2. Nice movement in the pocket from Balla.
Again and again. Now, if he's going to keep coming at you, bro, throw that left hook over the top.
Again, making his man miss and seeking to make him pay with that backhand was Ibrahim Balla.
Fake it and come back. But make sure defense, after every big step forward, you defend straight away, my bro.
It's going to be a long game, bro.
That was your round. We're back up now, bro. And you landed more bigger stuff on that. You hurt your look? No. Beautiful. You see that, my bro. Just open it to the right, okay?
Concentrate 100%.
It's your right, bro.
Box.
So Ibrahim Balla's coaches happy with his performance in that second round, and they share the sense that I have from my commentary position that this could well be a long night for both boxers. Because again, it's skill that is in evidence. So Khokhlov, a respectable puncher, with 4 of his 8 victories in professional boxing coming inside the distance. Ibrahim Balla with a 41% KO ratio in his 17 wins. Nice jab to the body of the stabbing variety from Balla. So Khokhlov fencing with the lead right hand, looking to bring the southpaw backhand into play. And this perhaps something of a rarity for Subkhankulov, because he's meeting a boxer who is as sharp as he is in terms of speed.
Be careful, both of you.
And again, each man just circumspect about launching their attacks, because they know that if they are inaccurate, they're likely to be picked off by a rapier-like counter.
Watch the feet, be careful.
That is why we are having these pregnant pauses of thinking and feinting and bobbing and weaving, just trying to draw a lead that they can counter as the heads come together, as both men were committing over the front foot in search of their shot. Always an increased likelihood of a head clash between orthodox and southpaw boxers because of the positioning of the feet. And again, that a clear illustration as to how crucial the battle for front foot position is. Both men going in search of left hands, the backhand from Subkhankulov, the lead left hand from Balla. Subkhankulov just creeping forwards over that front foot, looking to back up the man from Melbourne. Nice right jab scored by Subkhankulov.
Watch the feet, watch the feet.
Again, oh, that's a wonderful right jab landed by Subkhankulov. It was stiff and authoritative and just momentarily disrupted the boxing stance of Balla. Backhand attempted by Balla was blocked effectively by the gloved defenses of Subkhankulov. Another round of high skill in the third. Some of the action from round number 3. Again, both men really having to earn their successes. Effective right cross from Balla. Subkhankulov landing with a really disruptive right jab as he stepped into it and was able to swivel the head sideways of Balla.
Round 4.
Box.
So moving to the fourth round.
Watch the feet, watch the feet.
Mention the fact that I was ringside to commentate on the 2012 Olympic Games at the Excel Arena in London's Docklands. Ibrahim Balla defeated in the second round to Bulgaria's Detlin Delekliev in the 56-kilogram bantamweight division. If memory serves, Australia qualified out of Oceania for that particular Olympiad. So they sent a boxer in each of the weight divisions being contested. Reverse 1-2, right hand to the body, left jab upstairs from Ibrahim Balla. And despite his extensive international experience all over the world in what was the vest and head guard at that point, because remember, head guard's not removed from IBA elite boxing until the World Championships in global competition in Kazakhstan in 2013. So while donning the vest in head guard, represented Australia, Commonwealth Games in India, Olympic Games in London, other countries all across the planet as well. But this, his first fight outside of Australia in the professional ranks. And here he is, acquitting himself very well indeed against the sharp shooting southpaw Artur Subkhankulov. Subkhankulov represented the Russian boxing team in World Series boxing, as he not too far away with a southpaw right jab between 2015 and 2017. Took on the likes of Lazaro Alvarez of the Cuba Domadores. Disruptive shot landed and another solid left hand driven in by Subkhankulov. Then a good left hand to the body from Subkhankulov. Referee Mr. Salvador Salva having to prize the men apart. Reaching for the right hand was Balla, but didn't take his feet with him. He was short by some distance. Subkhankulov short with his attempted left cross upstairs, but whips in a long left hook to the body with that southpaw backhand. Almost landed with a straight arm. Counter right hook downstairs from Balla, countered quickly by a two-piece combination from Subkhankulov. Now both men really sitting down on their shots and looking to get some leverage onto them, particularly Balla, who has turned southpaw now, leading with the right leg and right hand to make it an all-southpaw affair. He's returned to the port-sided stance on the sound of the 10-second clapper. Inaccurate with the left cross, and he drove in over the top. Fourth round in the books.
You took listen, his legs wobbled. You see that? He wobbled him, bro. You let the best shot in that round.
Solid left hand landed by Ibrahim Balla, and countered by a wonderfully picked left cross from Subkhankulov. And it was that type of round. Again, more left cross success from Subkhankulov. A couple of occasions he was able to employ the layback and land effectively with it.
Bro, you're looking good. Just get creative. Just don't overshoot the right hand, okay? But if you do, you're gonna block him again.
Box. No silly things. Stop is stop, okay? It's clear? Okay.
Forceful instructions from referee Mr. Salvador Salva to begin round number 5. No silly things, said our Spanish referee. Stepping in with the southpaw right hand is Artur Subkhankulov. Mention the amateur credentials of Ibrahim Balla, 4-time national championship finalist. Was Artur Subkhankulov in 2015, 17, 21 and 2022. Each time bested in the gold medal bout, but again, to make it that deep into the Russian national championships is testament to immense ability in the boxing ring. Minute gone in round number 5 as Subkhankulov looking to play counter-puncher once again. And again, it's an indication as to his level of experience. You heard his coach tell him while in the corner, you've got to get creative, bro. All of the instructions not always going to come from the coach, and relying on the boxer's experience to capitalize upon what he can see and sense in the boxing ring. Oh, that's a solid left hand landed out of the southpaw stance from Artur Subkhankulov. He checked the chin and swiveled the head of Ibrahim Balla, but he took it well. Now seeking to fashion a clinch. Is he still feeling the effects of that sharp shooting single from the southpaw Artur Subkhankulov? So 2 minutes gone in round number 5.
Next time, I'll deduct it a point. Stop is stop, okay? Same for you.
Good left cross driven into the body by Subkhankulov. Balla creeping forwards, not taking his feet with him, didn't fully commit to that right hand. Subkhankulov with another solid right once again. A follow-up right hand going around the rear of Balla's head.
All of you, heads up, okay? Box.
Short with the initial 1-2, but Subkhankulov kept the attack going and landed with the final left hand which came to the body. The final shot of an attempted 4-shot combination. And as the two men got themselves in a tangle, Ibrahim Balla's chin was momentarily up in the air, and it was picked off by an accurate punch from Subkhankulov, who was hitting through the commands of stop, digging away to the body with that southpaw backhand. Artur Subkhankulov landing some solid leather to both body and head during the course of the 5th round. Ibrahim Balla going to have to regroup over in that gold corner, over in that black corner, the man from Melbourne. some of the action from round number 5. And there, the overhand southpaw left. Landed with solidity from Artur Subkhankulov.
Seconds out. Round 6.
Time! Come here. Both of you, stop means stop. I want a clean fight, okay? So next time I deducted a point. Okay, it's clear? So, box!
So referee Mr. Salvador Salva with stern admonishment in the direction of both boxers. As we enter the second half of the contest, as another left cross crashes home out of the southpaw stance that completely disrupts the boxing stance of Ibrahim Balla. He was forced to totter backwards. He's got his legs back beneath him now. The referee saying any more infringements, chief of which has been hitting through the commands of stop. And even though we hear more instructions from referees in this era of boxing, just as we're doing now from referee Mr. Salvador Salva. Remember, in 3-round style of boxing, the 3 commands are stop, box, and break. Issued by the commander. Sometimes they say fight instead of box on the resumption, but that is it. Right hand counter with an effective straight shot from Ibrahim Balla. Mr. Salvador Salva laying down the law in no uncertain terms. Backhand to the body from Subkhankulov, countered by a backhand straight to the head from Balla. Looking for the bent arm overhand right and left hook is Ibrahim Balla, but effective defenses from Subkhankulov. Balla keeps the attack going to score with a left jab to the body. Counter right hand from Balla, not too far away. The glove of Subkhankulov may have taken something off it. Subkhankulov reaching for the left hand downstairs once again. Counter right hand is an effective shot from the Australian boxer once more. Oh, counter right hand is a beauty from Ibrahim Balla, as he's just picking up the pace with his feet through this passage of the round, upon his toes, threatening to come forward, dancing backwards, stepping sideways, and then he was able to twist at the waist to make the man miss, and then uncoiled with a beautiful backhand that got Subkhankulov's attention. Subkhankulov remaining disciplined as he went in search of a 2-shot combination to Balla's chest. For the same combination once again, slapping right hook. Again, catches Balla. Swivels his chin. Heads coming together on the inside as both men looking for successes with bent arm work.
I'll get it. Hey, it's a much better round. I told you if you can, this is sharp, bro. You got the sharp jab, you got the sharp right. Come on, bro. Jab, step back, and when he comes in, 1-2, okay?
Well, it looks as a small nick has been sustained around the right eye of Ibrahim Balla.
No more big loading until you actually...
Both men enjoying success with their backhands during that round.
Mashallah, bro. Keep that going. That was your round, not bad. Bro, you make it look silly, bro. It's not as hard as us, bro. Yeah, you win that round. It's about even now, bro. Alright, but you gotta turn it around, bro. Keep your eyes sharp.
Round 7.
Head back.
That's it, bro. It's your time.
Box.
So round 7, a contest that is scheduled for 10 at 61.2 kilograms, just under the 135-pound lightweight limit. So Balla briefly operated out of the southpaw stance earlier in the contest.
Watch the feet.
The two men continue to fence and spar with the lead hand once again. Balla bringing the backhand into play effectively, then followed up with a left jab to the body. Subkhankulov, aware of that, lands with a slapping lead right hook of his own. Really does step in with that shot and bring it on a circuitous route, just as he attempted to there, but couldn't find the range. Straight right hand down the middle once again from Ibrahim Balla, followed by a thrusting jab to the body. Terrific straight punching from the Australian boxer. Subkhankulov is seeking to re-establish his own range and distance. But he's been countered effectively by the lead left stick of Balla. Subkhankulov scoring with a good right jab of his own. And when he picked up the pace with his feet, Ibrahim Balla, he really did enjoy.
Doctor, over there. Yeah. It's okay. Stop. Can you go? 10 seconds. Box.
So evidence of the injury sustained around the left eye to Subkhankulov. Cracking work with that southpaw backhand during the course of that 7th round.
Seconds out. Let's move on. Round 8.
Box.
So both boxers showing the marks of battle. Each man sustaining injury. 7th round. And again, it's Subkhankulov. Backhand success in the first 30 seconds of round number 8.
Watch the feet.
So Balla seeking to bob and weave on the edge of range to draw a lead that he can counter. Went in search of a right cross left hook. off the mark. Good right hand. Driven into the body.
Artur, watch your head. Watch your head, Artur. Keep the head behind the ropes. Stop! Stop! Okay. Box. Stop! 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 Box. Stop, letting go. Box. Stop. No punches. Box. 10 seconds.
Of this 8th round.
Time.
Subkhankulov measuring his man really effectively behind his sharp shooting southpaw punches.
Pop up and finish off. I haven't seen one good flurry. Okay? Think the red, my bro. Fucking slam, bro. Get in there, bro. It's your time to start. In range, but if I try the deep overhand, they're free. It's there. Dude, exactly не забывай. Не держи, бери сюда в спину. Она слетает.
Артурчик на охоте передний цепляйте ключик.
Seconds out. 9-й раунд. Round 9.
Box.
So we move into round number 9. Subkhankulov just continuing to measure the gap with that southpaw right jab. Roundhouse right driven into the body by Balla. This time bringing that same shot upstairs and checking the chin of Subkhankulov. Now the home fans seeking to rally their man once again. Subkhankulov from right here in Ufa. Both men maintaining their discipline. Solidly left hand landed by Balla, but a rapid fire right jab in response from Subkhankulov. Terrific work from Subkhankulov to unfurl that two-punch combination. Untidy tangle sees Balla tumble to the canvas. No knockdown as we approach the halfway stage of this penultimate round. Beautiful punch picking once again. Left cross followed by a southpaw right, then another left cross from Subkhankulov, drops it down to the body. Rapid fire right hook around the corner, and it's a terrific passage of round number 9 being enjoyed by Subkhankulov. Turns a corkscrew right into the chest of Ibrahim Balla. Will no doubt be aware of the good portion of the round enjoyed by the local man and be in search of his get back. Sense of encouragement audible from the corner of Ibrahim Balla
Watch the feet.
in round number 9. Subkhankulov moved. Closing seconds of this penultimate round.
10 seconds. Watch the feet.
Corkscrew right hand. The scoring shot from Subkhankulov. Action from round number 9. Ibrahim Balla with a jolting lead left jab. But then it was Subkhankulov who found the range. Two-shot combination ending with a really solid long right hook.
Seconds out. Дамы и господа, финальный 10-й раунд. The final round. Поддержите боксера.
Last round. Okay. Box.
So into the 10th round then. It's a brisk start by Artur Subkhankulov, working effectively to both body and head. Ibrahim Balla probably needs a massive final round here. Being competitive throughout. Not too far away with the backhand. The right hook kick followed with altogether closer. Ibrahim Balla able to land it with a bent arm. Scoring right jab is a touching shot from Subkhankulov. Balla going in search of the backhand out of that orthodox stance. He has them to switch on occasion in this fight.
Stop. No punches. Box.
Oh, beautiful right uppercut during that cluster of punches coming from Artur Subkhankulov. Both men have kept their shape beautifully throughout the course of this contest, which has given and taken some really solid punches. There's so many boxes being ticked by both of these men tonight. Being fought at a high tempo, the skill level being incredibly high, and now again really digging their feet into the canvas in a bid to get greater purchase onto their punches. They've been tested down to the body, but their commitment to the cause in search of victory has remained throughout. Good right hand landed by Balla, digging down to the body to good effect to continue his passage of success. Here's the man from Melbourne. On the resumption, Balla going in search of the backhand once again. Subkhankulov winging away with hooks out of his southpaw stance. And in the closing 30 seconds, both men really letting their hands go, resulting in a firefight at center ring. Referee Mr. Salvador Salva has to separate the two boxers, but they stick right back into the breach. Oh, terrific left hook out of the southpaw stance landed by Subkhankulov. Back comes Balla with a backhand to the body. Well, the men punching right up until the final bell. And Artur Subkhankulov raising both arms to the rafters here at the Wrestling Palace in his hometown. And it's a perspective that I have to share for my commentary position, because I suspect that he will be declared the victor on points here, but Ibrahim Balla in the contest every second of the way. The 2012 Olympian showcasing his skills, tenacity and toughness, but I don't think it's going to be his night tonight. Here in his first bout on the road outside of Australia in the professional ranks. Always good to see that sportsmanship between opposing teams after the two men have competed with such ferocity in the boxing ring. Each man picking up facial injuries during the course of that contest. Hopefully, with the attention from the medical teams here ringside, and subsequently won't curtail their ability to compete too significantly. And we'll see them again on IBA.PRO night stages. Ibrahim Balla will have made quite an impression in the minds of fans of IBA.PRO boxing. Fought spiritedly and with a high level of skill from opening bell to last, but for what it's worth, I have to think that it's going to be the home fighter, Artur Subkhankulov, out of the corner, who's about to be declared as the big. Mr. Alexander Sadokov is in position, or is about to take up position. And I suspect that Artur Subkhankulov is about to add more championship hardware to his burgeoning collection. We saw that blue IBA European title strap being held aloft in his corner. Intercontinental title and a WBA Oceania title up for grabs here tonight. Cut just beneath the hairline of Ibrahim Balla.
Дамы и господа, это турнир Лига Ставок IBA.PRO 3. И этот невероятный поединок, без сомнения, украсил наш вечер. Итак, после 10 раундов бокса обратимся к судейским запискам. After 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge 1, 97-93. Judge 2, 98-92, and Judge 3, 98-92. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей and the winner by unanimous decision становится чемпионом WBA Oceania и IBA Intercontinental в легком весе из Уфы, Башкортостан, Artur Subkhankulov!
Artur Subkhankulov declared a unanimous point decision victor over Ibrahim Balla, seeing him claim the IBA, Intercontinental and WBA Oceania titles. Contest fought in terrific spirit at a high tempo, with both men were able to showcase their skills, talent and toughness over the course of 10 3-minute rounds. Another victory for Artur Subkhankulov, who remains undefeated in the professional ranks and on the IBA professional stage, and he absolutely delighted. Great to the flag of his country. His regional flag has been waved enthusiastically as well. We take a look at some of the highlights from that contest. Right in the open, each man was able to establish their own successes. Both men possessed of terrific speed, eye-catching accuracy, and each possessing a wide repertoire of punches. It was a terrific contest. Competitive from opening bell to last, but it was Artur Subkhankulov who was able to prevail over the switch-hitting Ibrahim Balla on a unanimous point decision verdict. The judges returning scorecards of 90-93, 98-92 twice, and as soon as the final bell rang, Artur Subkhankulov, secure in the knowledge that he had done enough to add more titles to his burgeoning belt collection.
Subkhankulov рядом со мной. Ну что ж, Артур, ты, конечно, крепкий, мощный парень, но за тебя тревожно под весом вот этих трофеев. Мы знаем, что физический вес они имеют очень серьезный, но насколько был тяжелым путь вот к тому, чтобы стоять вот в таком роскошном виде, увешанным поясами?
Если взять целый путь, то это 18 лет, 15 лет, сегодня мне 33, 18 лет я в боксе, я до сих пор здесь, это путь долгий. А если взять конкретно к этому бою, то последние 2 месяца своей жизни я посвятил сегодняшнему дню. 2 месяца я усердно готовился, соблюдал диету, режим, чтобы одержать сегодня победу.
Насколько важна эта победа для тебя, как для профессионала, ну и как для уфимца сегодня здесь?
Наверное, не оценить словами, насколько эта победа для меня важна. Соперник 10-й номер мирового рейтинга IBF. Эта победа была очень сильно мне нужна. Я очень рад, что одержал сегодня победу. И хотел бы поблагодарить родной город Уфу. Спасибо за то, что болеете, за то, что приходите. Ваша поддержка очень ценна для меня, для всех нас, для боксеров. Всем большое спасибо.
Дамы и господа, Артур Subkhankulov. Дальше больше. Дамы и господа, это турнир Лига Ставок IBA.PRO 3. И мы идем далее. Нашу программу продолжит 7-й поединок вечера. 6-раундовый бой в весовой категории до 66,7 килограмма. И первый. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга, представляющая Демократическую Республику Конго. Приветствуйте! Brigitte Mbabi!
So into the arena steps Brigitte Mbabi, undefeated in the professional ranks with a perfect record of 3-0. Having made her professional debut a year ago in April of 2024. Very experienced in the 3-round code of IBA boxing. I was ringside to commentate on her exploits at the Paris Olympic Games last summer. Brigitte Mbabi competing in the women's 66-kilogram division. Outpointed in the second preliminary round by the eventual bronze medalist Janjaem Suwanafeng of Thailand, the tournament number 8 seed. So plenty of experience in the 3-round code for the undefeated pro Brigitte Mbabi in her first contest outside the continent of Africa.
Azalia, Amineva.
Her opponent is the 21-year-old, precociously, prodigiously talented Azalia Amineva. So much success in age group classification in 3-round IBA boxing. A perfect record in the professional ranks. Was recently seen on the IBA stage right here in Ufa in October of last year. The second outing on the IBA Pro stage, so preparing for bout number 3 as an IBA professional. All of her contests taking place here in the city of Ufa. And the former world youth champion taking global gold in Kielce in 2021. Ringside for that tournament, and her success
Итак, дамы и господа, это 7-й поединок нашего вечера. Нас ожидает 6 раундов бокса весовой категории до 66,7 килограмма. Представляю соперницы первой в черном углу ринга. Ей 22 года, рост 170 сантиметров. Участница Олимпийских игр в Париже. Не знающая поражений, с рекордом 3 боя, 3 победы, все одержаны нокаутом. Из Лубумбаши, Демократическая Республика Конго, Brigitte Mbabi. Ее сопернице в золотом углу ринга 21 год. Рост 176 сантиметров, вес 66 килограммов ровно. Мастер спорта международного класса, двукратная чемпионка России, победитель первенств Европы и мира, чемпион игр БРИКС, представляющая Октябрьский Башкортостан, Россия, Азалия Amineva. Ради поединка Сергей Журкин.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So our final bout of the evening is an IBA Pro contest at 66.7 kilograms between two incredibly talented young boxers in the early stages of their pro careers, but each of them has enjoyed extensive success in the 3-round format, and we're underway. 6 3-minute rounds at 66.7 kilograms between boxers from the Democratic Republic of Congo and right here in Russia. The orthodox boxer wearing the black trim with gold, who has just taken a terrific southpaw backhand, is Brigitte Mbabi, 22 years of age, from Lubumbashi in DR Congo. Perfect record in the professional ranks, 3 fights, 3 wins, all of them coming inside the distance after making her professional debut in Kinshasa in April of last year. Her opponent in her 3rd outing here in Ufa on IBA professional stages. That is Azalia Amineva, who's ringside to commentate on her triumph in the 2021 World Youth Championship, winning 4 contests out of 4 to claim top spot on the podium at 64 kilograms. She bookended that with European youth successes. First one in 2020, 64 kilograms, and a year later, the 2021 edition, both of those continental events taking place in Budva, Montenegro. She attained continental gold at 66 kilograms. So that gives you an idea as to the talent level possessed by both of these boxers. Two loose-limbed operators content to box behind low-held guards, with Amineva dropping her hands and trying to tempt Mbabi into leading off. So Amineva over the front foot to close out round number 1, having success with that southpaw left hand. Some of the action from round number 1. Terrific punch picking produced by Amineva. Mbabi scored upon repeatedly, often while she was going in search of her own offense. So we move into the second round. Mentioned the 3-round credentials of Azalia Amineva. But in addition to that Olympic appearance, Brigitte Mbabi, All Africa Games bronze at 70 kilograms in the Ghanaian capital Accra last year. And that following on from a continental bronze in Yaoundé in Cameroon. Multiple national titles. And the year before that, she took a silver medal in a continental event in Maputo in Mozambique. So again, two of the best boxers on their respective continents, each of whom have competed in major global competitions, with Mbabi at the Olympic Games and Amineva claiming World Youth Gold in Kielce in Poland in 2021 here on the IBA stage. So the closing stages of the penultimate round. Mbabi seeking to continue to force the pace, but continuing to keep her shape nicely. Here's Amineva. Well, she's had her most consistent success, has Mbabi, when she's been able to get over the front foot and drive the southpaw Amineva backwards, and both boxers feeling the pace of their endeavors with 1 round remaining here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa.
Смотри, исполнила опять свой вот этот бокс, который когда ты убегаешь. Смотри. Слышишь, нет? Слышу! Что смотришь? Вот смотри, убри. Она в тебя врезается, ее на тебя падает.
So there's an example of Amineva's composure under fire. She's able to use foot movement to back up, but she couldn't avoid all of the incoming punches from the ever-pressing Brigitte Mbabi. Contrasting stances, skills and styles, making this an intriguing encounter in our final bout of the evening. So referee Mr. Sergei Zherkin inviting both boxers to center ring to share a sporting touch of gloves, and then the action resumes, and it's straight punches being pistoned out by Azalia Amineva, looking for scything hooks and overhand rights at close range. Is Mbabi. Good straight left driven into the body, but then look at the left hand success to both body and head from Mbabi. 2-minute rounds, remember, in IBA women's action. And this has been a terrific contest so far, assuming it goes the distance. And remember, stoppages are harder to come by, or are less frequent in women's boxing, perhaps because they are in such great condition, and the shorter 2-minute rounds, that in the interval in between rounds, they're often back to optimal energy levels once again. So assuming that this one goes the distance, then I think there'd be a clamour to see these two share a roped arena once more. Good left hand out of the southpaw stance from Amineva, but Mbabi seeking to answer once again. And again, right hand success from Mbabi during that exchange causes Amineva to totter backwards. Solid left jab to the body from Mbabi, countered by a southpaw left from Amineva. Closing seconds of the 6th and final round. Clumping punches landing with the inside of the glove from Amineva, who is seeking to end the contest on the front foot and leave a favourable impression in the mind of the judges. And we are going to the scorecard. Terrific to see that respect between the boxers and the opposing coaches. Both boxers giving absolutely everything during the course of our closing bout of IBA.PRO 3 here in Ufa. And again, the quality required to compete on global and continental stages with the success that these two boxers have enjoyed in the 3-round code, translating over here to the longer duration, action-packed contest from start to finish. And both boxers enjoyed success with their own individual styles. бы ничего еще не было.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом ярком и зрелищном поединке, где никто не хотел уступать, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержала Азалия Amineva! Октябрьский Башкортостан.
So Azalia Amineva declared a victor on points in a terrific contest between this Olympian Brigitte Mbabi of DR Congo. Some of the highlights from our final bout of the evening here on IBA.PRO 3. Terrific two-way action between Brigitte Mbabi and Azalia Amineva. With 6 two-minute rounds in the book, it was Amineva who was declared a unanimous points decision victor.
Дамы и господа, на этом наш турнир Лига Ставок IBA.PRO 3 подошел к концу. Но мы не прощаемся с вами надолго, будьте уверены. Большой бокс вернется в Уфу совсем скоро. Спасибо и до новых встреч.
So our MC, Mr. Alexander Sadokov, wrapping up the proceedings from here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa. IBA.PRO 3 is in the book. 7 cracking contests in this afternoon of boxing. And remember, IBA.PRO action continues thick and fast. We've got more action scheduled for Sunday in just 2 days' time, and then again on May 2nd. Stay across all of the social channels and local listings to find out more details. But it just remains to say thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you again very soon for more IBA.PRO boxing. Bye for now. two talented operators from the 3-round format of IBA boxing facing off here over 6 2-minute rounds in the 66.7 kilogram division. Brigitte Mbabi, the orthodox boxer wearing the black trim with gold from DR Congo, from Lubumbashi to be precise, was an Olympian at the Paris Olympic Games last summer. I was ringside to commentate on her in that tournament, eliminated in the second preliminary round in the 66 kilogram division against Janjaem Suwanafeng, the tournament number 8 seed, who went on to take Olympic bronze in the 66 kilogram weight class. Whole host of domestic titles on the 3-round format of boxing, undefeated in the professional ranks, having made her debut in April of last year. This her first professional contest outside of Africa, but of course by being one of the very best boxers on the African continent in the 3-round code, she's no stranger to competing all over the world. And the same can be said for her opponent, the southpaw wearing white, Azalia Amineva, 21 years of age, from Oktyabrski in Russia, and I was ringside in Kielce in 2021 when she won 4 contests out of 4 to claim world youth gold at 64 kilograms. Either side of that, she claimed continental youth gold, both of those editions of the continental event taking place in Budva in 2020 and 2021. Her 2020 title success came at 64 kilograms, and she followed that up by securing a second successive continental crown as she lands a good southpaw left by taking the title at 66 kilograms to make it a brace of continental gold. Blistering opening round between these two talented operators. And again, a reminder that in IBA pro boxing, 2-minute rounds contested by the women boxers. Some of the action from round number 1. Wonderful southpaw left, able to slide her head off the line, and she had repeated success with that backhand, following it up with a double right hand success. Hook then jab, jabbing off the hook. But a very effective opening round for Azalia Amineva. So into the second round then, and it was Azalia Amineva who found her range more immediately, more effectively over the course of the opening 2 minutes. Brigitte Mbabi, as well as that Olympic appearance in Paris last year, took all Africa Games bronze in the same year at 70 kilograms. Continental medalist, taking silver in 2022 in Maputo in Mozambique, and a year later followed that up with a bronze in the edition in Yaoundé in Cameroon. Multiple national titles under her belt, and of her 3 professional outings, having made her debut in April of last year. She was in the ring as recently as last month. All of them have ended with inside the distance victories for Mbabi. But here she is against the tiptoe teasing talented southpaw Azalia Amineva. She's doing a very good job controlling the range, just looking to employ the step back and reply with a counter, but just didn't take her feet into distance enough, Amineva. But this is the manner in which she goes about her craft. Mention the fact that Mbabi was outpointed by Janjaem Suwanafeng. She lost at the semi-final stage to Algeria's Imani Khalif, who took Olympic gold last year. Now Imani Khalif was subsequently disqualified from the World Championships in New Delhi in India, and it was Amineva who had a perfect record in the amateur ranks restored because she lost to Imani Khalif during the course of that Global Championships, but not before she decked Imani Khalif with a picture-perfect shot out of that southpaw stance. So the second round in the books. Mbabi getting a little closer. But Amineva still very effective with her sticking and moving.
Tu avances, ton pied à l'extérieur, puis tu lances le coup au corps. Au corps, on affaiblit le corps. Tu vas frapper seulement 6 coups au corps depuis 2 rounds. Respire, Brigitte. 5, 4, 7. Tu vas gagner aujourd'hui. C'est ton combat, mais il faut qu'on la fasse tomber, OK? Mais tu jettes pas ton corps, tu places les coups. 5, 4, 7. C'est ton combat, Brigitte.
Some of the action from round number 2. There's evidence of Mbabi able to get closer with that right hand against the southpaw.
Va au corps, double, va au corps, tu bouges. Tu es sur les talons, là. Bouge.
Brigitte, no holding, okay? Azalia, no holding, okay? Step back. Box.
So into the third round then. Amineva in her third outing on the IBA Champions Night or IBA.PRO stages. All of her contests have taken place right here in Ufa. Her IBA debut in August of last year. She scored a first round stoppage over Raima Mafundo, who's taken the 6-round distance on her next outing in the same city in October of last year. This her first outing since then. As for Mbabi, she's been scheduled for in 6-round contests in each of her 3 professional bouts. But again, testament to her effective aggression and skill. She's been able to get her opponents out of there before the final bell. So seeking to do the same thing here. But again, very much a case of meeting someone similar to herself in that she's one of the very best boxers in the world. Is Azalia Amineva. Just a year difference in age between them. And one wonders how many times they will face off in the future if they continue to operate in and around similar weight classes. So closing seconds of the second round. Southpaw left not too far away. Amineva goes in search of it once again, but it just went over the shoulder of Mbabi after she employed good head movement. Well, an awful lot of energy being expended by Azalia Amineva because of the manner in which she moves around the boxing ring, up on her toes, always using the space of the squared circle. Whereas Mbabi, altogether more flat-footed and seeking to creep forwards. One wonders, will that greater expenditure of energy be a factor in the contest the deeper we go into it? But again, wonderfully kicked, quick hands demonstrated by Amineva out of that southpaw stance.
Azalia, no wrestling, okay?
So we move into the 4th round. And because of her ability to take opponents out inside the distance, this represents brand new territory because, of course, IBA 3-round boxing, Olympic boxing, is over the 3-round distance. But hearing the timekeeper say round number 4 is a brand new experience for Brigitte Mbabi. Each of her preceding professional contests hasn't gone beyond round number 2. Here's a good left hand driven into the body by Amineva.
Step back. Box.
Mbabi is trying to close the distance as she creeps forward. There she unfurls a burst of punches to Amineva's body. And often an investment in body shots can slow down the movement of a fleet-footed operator. There you see Mbabi doing the same thing once again. Beautiful single shot.
Step back. Box.
Was the first of those two shots pushed out by Amineva. He's continuing to move very effectively. Lateral movement both left and right, making it a difficult mission for Mbabi to close the gap and sustain any success with her own offense. Left jab not too far away from Mbabi. Counter left hand attempted by Amineva.
No holding. Brigitte, no, Azalia, no holding, Azalia. No holding, Azalia, no holding. Stop! Azalia, no holding. Box.
Beautiful punch picking, left hand straight down the pipe, followed by more activity with the right hand from Amineva. Digging away to the body as Mbabi ends that little cluster of punches with a right hook upstairs. And Amineva, and indeed Mbabi, feeling the efforts of their exertions with 2 scheduled rounds remaining in our show closer here in Ufa tonight.
Okay, let's go. Water, just a bit of water in your mouth. Ozdoev. Je veux que tu respires là. 5, 4, 7. 5, 4, 7. On respire. Il reste 2 rounds. Il reste 2 rounds. Okay? Elle veut jouer avec toi. Elle aime pas ça quand tu la forces dans le coin. Okay?
Wonderful counter-punching in evidence from Azalia Amineva, able to make her opponent miss, then make her pay. But Mbabi was able to get close on a few occasions and just nudge her way downstairs with successful body attacks.
Respire. 5, 4, 7. 5, 4, 7.
But for what it's worth, I think that is Amineva who's leading in this contest with 4 minutes of boxing scheduled to remain.
Box.
Centre round number 5 then. And out to centre ring and just flicking out a southpaw right jab is Amineva. There you see it once again. The manner in which she's able to glide laterally both left and right means that the jab isn't necessarily coming in a straight line. Sometimes it's coming at an unexpected angle for Mbabi. Just look how she got to the outside of Mbabi's lead left leg, and from that position she can often flick out the jab, increasing the gap between herself and her opponent. So Mbabi seeking to get physical on the inside. Sergei Zherkin speaking to Mbabi about that infringement, not too far away with a backhand that was driven in with bad intentions. And Mbabi noticeably quickening her feet here now, but remaining equal to her increased foot speed is Amineva, just able to ghost away.
Azalia.
So Mbabi continuing to press. Amineva doing a good job of keeping the movement. They have got closer, and she deserves kudos for remaining committed to the cause here now, because the sticking and moving of Amineva has been difficult to get to grips with for the 2024 Olympian. Good southpaw left driven into the body from Amineva. Counter right hand was an effective shot from Mbabi, which caused Amineva to totter backwards momentarily. She's got her boxing stance back beneath her now. As Amineva seeking to get on the front foot, keeping her shape and scoring with scything punches from both flanks. And Mbabi in search of her get back, but it's a headlock employed on the sound of the bell by Azalia Amineva. That concludes the action of a terrifically spirited six-round affair to close the show here from IBA Pro 3 in Ufa. Always nice to see such sporting spirit between the boxers and the coaches of their opponent. 6 rounds completed, and for what it's worth, I think it's Amineva who is going to be declared as a victor here, but Brigitte and Mbabi never stop competing, always seeking to press home her advantage, particularly with the backhand against the southpaw. But even though fatigue, unsurprisingly, was becoming an increasing factor, Amineva was able to maintain her game plan of sticking and moving. And Mbabi did pose some questions about her conditioning and resilience, but Amineva, the 2021 World Youth Champion, answered all of them. And given how entertaining and competitive this contest was, I, for one, wouldn't mind seeing it again. And given that there's only a year difference in age between them, Amineva just 21 years of age and Mbabi 22, one wonders how often these boxers will meet in years to come, either in a 3-round form of IBA boxing or on IBA Pro nights, in the event that they stay in and around the same weight class. So one suspects that the official verdict will see Azalia Amineva make it 3 wins out of 3 on the IBA Pro stage here in Ufa. All we await now is official confirmation from our MC, Mr. Alexander Sadokov, who is in position in the boxing ring.
Итак, дамы и господа, в этом ярком и зрелищном поединке, где никто не хотел уступать, единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержала Азалия Amineva! Октябрьский Башкортостан.
So much to the delight of the fans in attendance here at the Wrestling Palace in Ufa, Azalia Amineva declared a victor on points over Brigitte Mbabi. Mbabi in her first outing on the IBA Pro stage, consigned to her first loss in the professional ranks, but she played her part in what was a really competitive and entertaining contest. But it's the slick southpaw skills of Azalia Amineva that see her remain perfect in the professional ranks. 3 wins out of 3 on the IBA Pro stage for the 2021 World Youth Champion.
Box.
So into the 5th round, Brigitte Mbabi has been getting closer. And here you see her noticeably quickening her feet in pursuit of Azalia Amineva, who's sticking and moving, has served her very well so far.
Stop. Azalia. Azalia. No. Box.
Here's a good body shot with the right hand
Stop.
from Mbabi.
Stop.
Not afraid to make things physical on the inside, anything to try and slow down the fleet-footed movement of Amineva, who's used that quality very effectively during the course of this contest. There you see Mbabi going in search of the body shot once again.
No holding. Break. Stop. Stop. Listen my command. Break. Box.
Mbabi continuing her attack through the counter-punching success of Amineva and having success with her backhand as she continuing to pursue Amineva. But Amineva keeping her cool under fire, and despite feeling the pace of her exertions deep into this 5th round, is maintaining her shape nicely. But look at Mbabi continue to go in search of scything hooks from both flanks and seeking to make this physical on the inside. Just anything to try and negate and reduce the movement of Amineva. And she's having success in terms of her pursuit of that ambition. Slinging leather, landing a solid right hand, following it up with success from the left flank. Wonderful response by Brigitte Mbabi. For what it's worth, I happen to have her trailing on the scorecards, and Amineva knew that that was a torrid round. Not as though she was overwhelmed, it was competitive, but Mbabi really sought to stick it on her with 2 minutes remaining.
Смотри, исполнил опять свой вот этот бокс, который когда ты убегаешь. Смотри. Слышь, нет? Слышу! Что смотришь? Вот смотри, упни.
Some of the action from round number 5 as Mbabi
А ты берешь и 2 шага делаешь назад. Я не могу.
quickening her feet
Смотри, вот я тебе объясняю.
and doggedly pursuing Amineva. Right hand
Ты каждый после каждого удара
in from both wings.
начинаешь шагать назад.
But Amineva, to her credit, keeping her composure under fire.
Руками должна сбить ее. Иди, скорость, блядь, на скорость, снизу вот этого. Дай 1 раунд. Надо ее столкнуть назад. Вот покажи мне.
Финальный 6-й раунд.
So referee Mr. Sergei Zhurkin inviting both boxers to center ring where they share a warm embrace, but then as the action resumes, it's a sharp shooting southpaw left scored by Amineva. Backhand comes bombing in from Mbabi. For what it's worth, I happen to think that she needs a massive final round to get herself back in contention here. Double left hook, body and head from Mbabi. Back comes Amineva with a southpaw left hook of her own. Been a terrific contest, and the more deeply we have forged through the fight, the more Mbabi has brought herself into it. But again, the insurance of a lead through the first 3 rounds must have been built up by Amineva, courtesy of her ability to stick and move out of that southpaw stance. So halfway through the final round, as the home fans dialing up the decibels as they seek to rally Azalia Amineva. Remember, Brigitte Mbabi into uncharted territory once she heard the timekeeper say round number 4. Beautiful punch picking. Once again, southpaw left crashes through, but then Mbabi responds with a backhand that causes Amineva to lose her boxing stance momentarily. Solid backhand driven in from Amineva. Just entering bout management mode here now, edging forwards, looking busy, doing not very much. And as the 10-second clapper sounds, the standoff broken by Amineva, who is letting both hands go in furious fashion, bulldozing Mbabi back towards the ropes and employing a headlock on the sound of the bell. The final action at the end of 6 spirited rounds of terrific two-way action between Brigitte Mbabi, Paris Olympian from DR Congo, and Azalia Amineva, the 2021 World Youth Champion and 2-time European Youth Champion, bookending her global success. Fantastic contest, and always wonderful to see the sporting spirit between boxers and the coaches of the opponents they've just faced off against in the boxing ring. Well, Mbabi never stopped pressing, and Amineva was able to enjoy successes from both wings out of that southpaw stance. And Mbabi had particular success with her own backhand. Just don't think she's had enough successes on a consistent basis to have her hand raised as the victor here tonight. We're going to the scorecards. For what it's worth, I happen to think it will be Azalia Amineva who will maintain her perfect start to life on the IBA.PRO stage here at IBA.PRO 3 in Ufa. Well, I think she's won the contest, but she knows that she has been in a battle tonight. Brigitte Mbabi remaining committed to her cause from opening bell to last. I think she's about to experience defeat for the first time as a professional. But given how competitive this contest was, I, for one, wouldn't mind seeing it again. When you consider that each of them has demonstrably proven that they're among the best on their continent and in the world. Remember, Mbabi just 22 years of age, Amineva just 21. One wonders how often we're going to see them face off in the ring in the future if they remain around similar weight divisions.
Единогласным решением судей победу по очкам одержала Azalia Amineva!
So Azalia Amineva declared a unanimous point decision victor over Brigitte Mbabi of DR Congo. Wonderful respect between the two. It's Azalia Amineva who improved to 3-0 on the IBA professional stage. Brigitte Mbabi experiencing defeat for the first time in the professional ranks. Her record now stands at 3-1. But smiles all round in the Amineva corner. She carried out the instructions very effectively indeed. As we take a look at some of the action from our show closer here, our 7th bout of the evening at the Ufa, at the Wrestling Palace in the city of Ufa. Right from the opening bell, Azalia Amineva able to find her range out of that southpaw stance and used it to terrific effect.